yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. It takes a thing to see. Just like a weed, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Rip gods into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Can y'all hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Can y'all hear me? Okay, thank God. Hey guys. Jesus, help us. Okay, we're good. We're good, guys. Did y'all hear talking during the intro? That was weird. That was super weird. We're having mic problems. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, erase all that. Here we are. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here. Hey, April, Lisa, Jill, D Green, Jeff. Oh my gosh, y'all. That was cray cray. That was cray cray. Lovable Mama Bear, Lisa, Linda. Hey guys, and everybody else that I might have missed. Going through it pretty quickly. Hope Floats, Elaine. Hello, y'all. His eyes. Hey, hey. So, yeah, so we got a lot of stuff to talk about here. Um, we're just gonna get started. Hey, Cajun. Hey, babe. We're about to get started. Yeah. That's why I said check your phone because I could hear a whole conversation happening. I think it was with the live that I had going on. Let me see. I think he Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. Now I've got to set everything back up. Jesus. Little mishaps, it be happening sometimes. All right. So everything that we had talked about, whether you remember or not, I do. I've got them saved as timestamps. You ain't got to worry about that. I'm saving them. But StreamYard has gotten it to where you can clip. You can actually clip different segments of your live and share it as a short. So I can't wait because I'm going to be going back at some of those if I can, as I go forward. You can't do it. I can't do it now because I've already deleted the recordings on StreamYard, but going forward I can do that. I can clip. But if you wanted to go back and re-listen to what I was talking about. Okay. And I've started going back and doing timestamps on them, so it's easier for y'all to go back and check me out, check out the accuracy. But it's really cool how we can go back in hindsight and gain that wisdom and learn astrology. Okay, so that's the beauty of it, is to go back and go, wow, that's what I got right. That's not what I got, and that helps when you're looking for fugitives or you're looking for missing persons cases. Let me go ahead and turn this on. Hold on. Let me go ahead while I'm talking. See, I think it's him that we were listening to. I think he was chit chattering and it was picking that up. But anyway, and let me just mute it. Let me mute it right now. He needs just we don't care what he's got to say right now. Yes, please hit that thumbs up, guys. Do it to it. Because what I'm going to be getting into tonight is it's a lot, but I'm going to try to keep it as short and sweet and not go on for like 5 hours and it be midnight before we get off here, right? It's been happening a lot lately. But anywho, okay, so last night, and Jeff is my witness. Jeff is in the chat. He's here. He can tell you himself. Last night, as my witness, swear, I told him, I said, babe, I don't understand how how the Browns University could be tied with the MIT dude, but they're connected somehow. Somehow they're connected. And I don't understand how. I went through the whole, rabbit hole looking to try to find any connections that I could have. And the only thing that I can find is a hit list. Because when I tell you that the 17th through the 21st, the 20th,
The 20th is a May Day. So we have the 17th through the 20th. And what do you see that's happening from the 17th through the 20th? Planes, combustion, Massachusetts. You know what I'm saying? And there is a route. There's a route that we have also in Virginia with all of this. There is also a route with Virginia. But anyway, when I tell you that different states are happy, that they're showing up, that different entities like agencies, Secret Service, this is a huge time for the Secret Service right now. And of course, I've got the map for the Brown shooting that is going to have to tell a story, right? It will have to tell a story. And so we are right now, our small group that's here at Astrology for Mystics, we are about to see a lot of great things when it comes to the science. Not great things as far as what's going on in the outer world with with the deaths and the craziness and the sabotage and the hits. Y'all, the hits. It didn't stop with Charlie. It's not gonna stop. It's not. We are really going into a pivotal time, and it's a it's crazy. It's a crazy time, that's for sure. But I think that the only connection that I can find is a political connection that is that definitely has an agenda and lobbyists, donors, and a lot of people that just have money that they can just life is nothing to them. It's absolutely nothing. This is a game. This is a complete game to them. They're not even human in the human sense, like Hitler, you know? But anyway, so this is the press conference, but what's going on? What's happening that I've gathered is that we are waiting on a press conference, but as we are waiting on a press conference, they are at a storage unit. When I say they, I'm talking about, them people that are looking for the suspects. When I said that I thought that there were two, it was either, I thought that there were two people involved. And then they come out and say that there's two people involved, or they think that there is. So I'm going along with the transits, but we foresaw this. We foresaw this. We just didn't know how it was going to progress. And I don't think that we would ever know truly how it's going to progress because we're not God. We're not God, but we can see certain things that are going to come about, and we just don't know how drastic that they're going to be. But the dark moon is still critical. Remember, Mars was critical. Mars went out of um, shoot, whatever it was in, Sag, and now it's in Capricorn. Well, when the Mars went into Capricorn, guys, I show an opposition. I show Mars in Capricorn at a 144, Hygeia at a 144. She's in Cancer. There's an opposition. That's North Carolina. So that was the day before. The exact day before. I have that. And I talked to you guys about how pivotal that opposition is with them two. It's going to be bad. Can't be good. There is something about Greg Biffle's plane. And that's when it is. And it's about the things of the past with his plane, about the landing gear. And this opposition, I mean, it's got Obama written all over it. I'm just saying. I don't like any of these politicians. Flat out, I don't believe any of them. I don't care about it. All I know is they're all crooks. They're all killers. I don't like them. I don't like them. I think that they got crazy money. They got crazy money. These investors, these lobbyists, all of that. There's just too much crazy money going on. Power. It's really not even about money. It's about the power that comes with it, So anyway, that's my spiel. There's live coverage saying they have him surrounded and he's connected. Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking for that coverage, so I'm about to look for it. Hold on. Because they still haven't, let's see. I'm gonna look for it. As of 417, they are saying there is connection between the two. Yeah. Yeah. And Jeff, did I not say that? I called him last night and I was like, I don't understand it. I told mama today, I'm like, I don't understand it. And then I called Jeff on the way home and I'm like, they're saying that they're connected. Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, I went through the rabbit hole. I couldn't find the connection. So the only thing that I can think of, guys, is that there's a hit. There's somebody that's put out a hit list. That's all I can think. That's all I can think. Let me go into let me go into my let me get into something that's actually covering it right now that we can look at while we wait on that press conference because something we need more. We need more. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, is that live? Oh, it is live. Okay. Let's look at this for a second. Let's look at this, guys. Hold on. Oh, y'all can actually see it. Hold on. Here we go. Let's see what he's saying. This is NBC 10. We copy that.
What they did at your university, looking to the feds come in and now take over. The FBI has Joint Terrorism Task Force in Rhode Island, Boston, but then some that are in the New England region that work together on drug cases.
Thank you, babe.
Or
This is
cyber
it.
fraud.
Thank
So
you.
again, they all know each other, and it's just a different crime that I think they now they're not all meeting each other for the first time. And this is not the first time Providence has worked with Boston, who's worked with Salem. These guys all train together and they work together in situations like this, similar to the Boston Marathon. Multiple people from different states who are in Watertown helping with tactical operations or intelligence operations, you know.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Stand by. We may come back to you. Ed Cash, he is a former Homeland Security expert. We want to go back out to the Providence Police headquarters where Dan and Brian are standing by. What's the latest out there? See any action at all?
We don't have any action in this room except for the army of media from across the country that are doing just what we are and waiting for them to come to a conclusion of when we'll have a news conference. As Brian and I have pointed out, you know, they're all upstairs. The police chief, the mayor, we believe, the governor, and likely they're around a table and they are watching the live feeds out of Salem like you are at home right now. And unless they know there's an all clear and either they have the suspect in custody or that they confirm that perhaps the suspect is not alive, we don't know that. That's not confirmed, but that's where we're in the holding pattern right now. Then they're going to confirm everything and they're going to make sure that when they deliver a press conference that it's strong. Because remember, the first question from some people will be this is the second.
So just so you guys know, the on the map with the college shooting on the map, let me just show it to you how. Okay, let me see if y'all can see that. Hold on. Nope, you can't. There we go. Okay. So this we'll go back to the NBC, but I want to show you this. This is why I was wondering about Massachusetts, is because you can see the marker right there with Boston. You can see that. And that is the college, the MIT college. And let's see, the extra storage space place is up here. And I want to show you this on the map. So it's a 9. It's a 9 compass bearing. At the very bottom, you've got the length, you've got the latitude, you got the bearing. So that bearing right there is a 9 compass bearing. That's a 9 Aries. Okay, that's a 9 Aries. That's a 9 Aries. Extra space storage is a 9 Aries. All right. So if we look to Rhode Island and we look at their chart, let me show it to you. Let me show it to you. Hold on just a second. Let me stop that. Share the whole screen because you want to see this. Okay. Here's the 9. Here, see this Saturn up here. This Saturn. Let me go ahead and get my pen up so you can see it. Is a 9 degree. Rhode Island's public image, their 10th house, the way that they work with warring, there's the storage, there is Saturn. It's a 9 degree. Okay. So the map isn't going to lie, right? The maps don't lie. People could lie, but the map ain't going to lie. Y'all needed to see that. I think so. Anyway, because it's working out just the way that it should. Working out just the way that it should. Let me see if there's any other update yet. No. Now let's go back here.
Time you brought a third time, right? Third time you brought somebody into custody, or and how do you know it's the right person? It looks like they may have more of a DNA concrete evidence here. But this is going to be one news conference, how they tie this all together.
Right. And just to be clear, throughout this whole thing, we've been reporting information based on sources, but between the news conferences, they don't really confirm anything.
No.
The Providence police, and I think part of that is because they especially wanted to be careful after, as you said, that first person of interest was taken into custody over the weekend and then let go, and that person's name was leaked out to some national outlet. So I think the local authorities especially are being very careful about what they do and do not say. But as Dan said, they've been here now for a few hours. The regular daily schedule for these press conferences, it was 5. Then yesterday they moved it to 4. The assumption was, unless there's news, it's 4 o'clock. And then we heard this afternoon, it wasn't happening. We knew there was major developments at that point.
Yeah, we kind of do. And so we're in a holding pattern, guys, but this
Yeah,
is a
we
good
are.
pattern, right? And you talk a little bit about
We are in a holding pattern right now. I mean, we could look at let's see. Let's see who's got it live right now. If there's any other live
Open a
coverage.
whole new world of fascinating places and people for just $29.
Now you can get Zaxby's Asian Sensation flavor on a salad, their famous chicken fingers, or in a giant wrap. Hey, buddy. Hey.
Sus. Another law enforcement officer just ran in. One law enforcement officer appeared in the doorway and basically called over the other law enforcement officer who ran in.
No, not him. Not him. Hold up. Let's look at this one. Let's look at something else. Just one second, guys. Let's look at this one for a minute. Because I think that this might be a little bit better. Oh, let's go to this one. This one might be a little bit better. That way we can look at both screens, because what's going on is that they are outside of a storage unit. They found the guy's vehicle. They think that he unalived himself inside. And so I think that that's why we're in limbo. We're basically in limbo because we're waiting on they can't give a press conference as there's an active ongoing scene going on, so we're just kind of like all in limbo. But what I can do, what I have prepared for us is unconfirmed. Yeah, some are saying that he did take his, yes. Some are saying that. And, mhm. Yeah. Some are saying that, but there's a Saturn here, okay? Saturn is here, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Is it the Saturn? Is it Saturn because is it going there because there's limits and obstacles here with the unaliving? Is that why? But that's a trip that is actually on Rhode Island Saturn and is going into New Hampshire. And New Hampshire does not have a 9 degree in their chart, I don't think. Let's look. Yeah, I don't think New Hampshire. They have a 28. They have a 28. So that would not be that storage unit. The 28, that would be more northeast. So, oh. And if they don't find him here, if he's not actually here, he didn't actually, unalive himself, and there are major limits and obstacles here with this storage unit, but it would make sense that it's a storage unit. It would make sense because Saturn is a business. So it definitely makes sense on the map. The map is telling the story. It's just we're gonna have to see if this is it the Saturn in Aries because there's a warring because he took his life at the storage unit at the business, or are they not going to find what they needed to find here? You know what I mean? But there has been unconfirmed reports, so I would say that they would know if somebody's in there if they took their life. I don't see an ambulance. I don't see anything like that. Mm-mm. It is such a sad situation. It's so sad. So sad. So while we're looking at that, I'm wondering if I can't, let's see. They're not showing. I want to show this one too. I want to do some multiple screen sharing. Let's see if I can do it. No. Okay, so I have that one. Because I do want to show you guys some good productive stuff while we're waiting. So what I have found, and this is just me, but I did find that there is some type of connection between these events that have taken place minus the Reiners. But this is what I was talking about when I said that there was going to be such a big intensity between the 17th and the 20th, is that there is. And we've got Dan Bongino, we've got him resigning, and that took place during all of this, crazy stuff during this mayhem. And he was in ex-Secret Service. He had alleged issues with Obama. So this seems like more of a Democratic type of pounce. And I know that both parties do it. They're all crooked. I don't go with any of them. Hey, Smiley. Hey, babes. Good to see you, honey. Oh, we got some other. Who's talking here? Oh, we got some talking in here. Let me turn them on mute. Okay. But yeah, so there is I was seeing two suspects. I was seeing that the whoever this is, they've been here before. When I read it in the chart, I say they've been here before. That means that person that did that has been there before. They've been at the school before. Not like hanging out on campus, like they went there. So it's either a student or it's a teacher that has been there before. They either taught there or they went to school there. This is what I see in the charts. And I'm just saying, it was like, woo, when I heard that they were connected from the MIT dude. And what I'm telling you is that what I'm going to tell you is this. Let me read something to you. Let me see if I can just read this to you. See if I can pull it up. I think I'm going to have to pull up because y'all aren't going to get to see this. Y'all aren't going to get to see my word. No, you're not seeing it. All right. Let me show you guys this. Let me just remove this. I'll be back. We'll come back to that. We will come back. I'm going to share my whole screen for just a minute because I want y'all to, I need to read something to you guys. This was in 2017. And I wrote, it's not professional. I'm not a professional writer or anything. I just felt called to write, and I didn't stop for a year and a half, and I wrote a bunch. So I say, and just bear with me here because it's all going to come back. It's all going to come back, and you're going to understand why I'm going to be reading this or why I am reading this. Let me see who all, that's what I'm watching. Okay. All right. So you're going to understand as we all have an individual natal chart, we have a collective cosmic chart. We can see how astrology has been used to tell stories of times past, and these stories passed down through generations have alerted man to earth changes when not keeping the rules. Time is written in the heavens for man to know the signs and to always know he is never alone. There are watchers, as Enoch has been described. We cannot look back in time where man kept the rules for any length of time. The watch continues. The natal chart of Christ that I read teaches love and healing. It doesn't teach bloodlines. And he said there will come a day that the last atom will see its way out of the material world. We are bringing our reality to the earth. The pie chart I read to this healer who uses the earth's resources to love people to life. Here's where it gets important. Electromagnetism is a well-known resource, and it's a way of bringing something to life that isn't necessarily there unless created. These creations of energy are not hiding from you, but nevertheless are now energy weapons that will be used against you. You may not have been aware of these energy weapons and may not understand the sediment clouds. We do not notice what we are too busy and distracted from seeing. The veil and mist are leaving, ready or not. The truth is pouring into the earth, and nothing can stop what is coming. We are destined to awaken to a new dawn where we see clearly. So I start talking about Earth's magnetic field, solar flares, the next cycle for the 2,000 years. And I go on to say over here, what I'm being shown is the Aquaman and Leo the lion are in opposition for the next 2,000 plus years, meaning mankind will become very creative as the energy shifts to collective communities without governing bodies like we all have now. The sun will have a new life. Solar flares will prevail, and the earth will change because of our interconnectedness to all that there is. Meaning the Earth's magnetic field, what I've talked about throughout the years is Earth's magnetic field, and how Earth's magnetic field is it's just like you have an aura of your life, the Earth has an aura of her life. And so this magnetic field is going through a lot of transformation and shifts. And this is because this is known throughout all of time, the Earth has cycles. The earth has cycles, the sun has cycles, and together we go through cycles together. So when we talk about man-made climate change, it's not so much that there is man-made climate change, that we go through cycles all the time of a human race. And we are going through a cycle where it would say that the sun is going to kick our ass. Okay? It's just going to kick our ass. And that is what is coming. That is what I see in the future. It may not be in our lifetime, our grandkids, but there is a future there where we are going to have to seriously have a come to Jesus meeting where we are being forced back into the dark ages. Okay. It's the circle of life and we can foresee it. But what this guy was going to do, okay, what this guy was going to do is this man, Nuno Lorio, however you pronounce his name, that man, that professor that was gunned down, he was a plasma fusion, electromagnetic, all about the sun guru. And he was now the director over all the researchers, all the research when it comes to the climate science. And so the climate scientists who push a certain agenda, and that goes against him. That goes against everything that he has studied, everything that he knows to be true. It goes against that. He's a threat. They took out a threat. And this beautiful man with a beautiful family from NASCAR, Greg, he lost everything. I mean, he was going to be governor. He would have been governor of North Carolina. He would have been. But he's not going to be because he's been eliminated. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they say. He's been eliminated. Charlie Kirk was eliminated. And the astrology shows it. And I could show you charts, guys. I've already been down through the rabbit hole. Just believe me. The charts are showing it. Obama and his camp. It's a camp, and we ain't in it. There may be some Republicans in there. There may be other people in there. I'm just saying. This is bad. This is bad. And when I told you guys, God, that I saw money being shuffling around, that it felt like that there was money being shuffling around, there was a lot of backhanded shit going down between the 17th and the 20th. Here it is. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm feeling. This is what I felt. And it's not even over. Yeah, he was going to be running for governor, North Carolina. He was a threat. A total threat. He did all kinds of great deeds, dropped food, dropped supplies and stuff when North Carolina flooded and the government wasn't there. He was there and he was going to win. They took him and his family out. I don't care what they say, guys. They did. And if you think that box cutters is what took over the 9/11 planes, this channel is not for you. We are in the rabbit hole watchers. Conspiracy theorists, whatever it is that you want to demean with. We are the gnosis. We know things. We know what we know, and sometimes we just don't even understand how we know. But I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you, it's not good. It's not good. It's almost scary to think that this has gotten this bad to where these people are, it just feels like a hit list. I'm sorry, but it does. And I'm not sorry, man. I can't do anything about it, how I feel. Here we go. All right. So let's get back to some of this other. There's still nothing going on. So I'm going to show you guys this clip. We're just going to skip through it a little bit just so you can see who the guy was, what he was about. And because the charts, guys, the charts back all of this up. Everything that I'm telling you, it's backing it up. And it's not good. Like there's some major doom porn going on here. Oh my God. Gotta laugh. You gotta laugh. Just look at him. I'll be watching for the conference and anything new. I promise. I promise. Let me make sure. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll make sure that I'm watching so we don't miss anything while we're getting to know who this professor director over the MIT research of plasma physicist, nuclear fusion. Guys, he was taken out because of what he knew what he was going to reveal, what he would reveal. They couldn't have that.
I'm Nuno Loureiro. I'm a professor at MIT. My main appointment is in nuclear science and engineering. I have a joint appointment in the physics department. I'm also director of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center, which is an umbrella research center at MIT for all the plasma and fusion related activities that we do on campus. Many of these plasmas that we study, they have magnetic fields. Essentially, magnetic reconnection is a nonlinear phenomenon that happens in a plasma where the magnetic field decides to rearrange into a different.
Do y'all hear music in the background? Like piano or something? It looks like that they took dogs to the car. That audio didn't sound right. Yeah, it sounded weird. Yeah, I'll have to find something else that introduces him without all that in there. The Sentra? Okay. The silver car? The little silver Sentra? Because I don't. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. I was looking at the left. Okay. The bottom right's where she's saying that dogs. Man, I'm wondering. This is the Saturn line, guys. We're about to see it. We're about to see what's up. This is a Saturn line from the actual shooting. This is the Saturn line for Rhode Island. And their 10th house. I don't either, girl. I don't trust not near one of them. None of them. So this is, yeah, like I said, they're saying that they think that he could have been inside and took his. Why haven't they gone in? I mean, where is he at? Where's the ambulance? Like, what's going on here? I'm just wondering if they're going to be able to actually find him here. I know that we've been getting reports and everything, but this being a Saturn line is just making me skeptic. You know, when I said that this dude would be going, that we would find him either Massachusetts or Connecticut, I didn't say New Hampshire. They have gone in. Oh, okay. But we don't see, I mean, if they found something deceased or if there was some type of crime scene, we're not seeing evidence of that. Or are y'all? Are y'all seeing evidence of a crime scene? Yeah, he's not in there. I didn't think he would be, girl. I didn't think he would be because we're looking at a Saturn. We're looking at Saturn. Yep. Limits and obstacles with the business. Limits and obstacles with the business. Yep. 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 There's some political stuff he's wanting to spill the beans to. We're going to see the after effects of that on Saturday. That's what I think. I think that by Saturday there's going to be, whoo, y'all. It's going to be a lot. We're going through a lot between now and Saturday. So like we just got to be buckled in, and I wouldn't be around large crowds myself. I don't want to be around large crowds. And where I'm at, I mean, I'm in the hills. I don't think there's nothing going to happen in our little bitty hillbilly town. So I'm not worried about it. But for y'all that are in big cities, you know, I'm not in Nashville no more. I'm not worried about that. I do worry about my kids being in Nashville, but y'all that are in big cities, just be wise, be aware. If you're able to carry, you know, be vigilant. This is a vigilant time. You know, when I said that there could be a resignation, I don't know if y'all remember that, but that was Dan Bongino. There it was. There it was. So, you know, I know that I give out a lot of information and it's hard to keep up. Hell, it's hard for me to keep up. I'm talking about shit in my sleep. So, I mean, I get it. But if you do get a chance to go back on some of my lives, I do have timestamps where you can go back and you can timestamp it and you can see for yourself what I'm saying, the accuracy. How's the weather? Well, we had a lot of rain. We had some storms, but I think we're Gucci now, right, Jeff? I mean, unless this is the calm before the storm. So are we hearing that he's not been found? Like, where's everybody getting their information from? Like, I need this information. And I'm just not finding it anywhere. See if I can look at some other ones. I can look at, let's see. It's Baron. See who else. I mean, JLR is live. I guess I could share his real quick.
Real.
God, the commercials for days. They're going in. Let's just have him mute.
We are waiting to see.
Let's just have him mute for a second. I don't know if people will. I wonder if he'll get mad if I mean, he streams other people's lives. I don't know why he would get mad at me. I don't know why. Hmm. We'll see if he gets mad. If he gets mad, I mean, I've given him credit, so. I don't really want to be on his channel, but no bad feelings. I know. I mean, the fact that they're not dragging him out, we don't see anything. Yeah, he's just not there. Oh, if they don't, well, maybe because maybe that he's been there. Maybe it's because he's been there. He's just not there no more. It does, yeah. You seen a guy carrying a case in the door on the bottom right? Oh, okay. Okay, well then we'll go back because we're not really getting anything from him either. He's just looking at the screen just like we are. I mean, damn. But I think that we could be a little bit more productive here. I just don't know how. But I do think we could be a little bit more productive. I mean, I could show some damn charts. I mean, I've already looked at it. Y'all can, if y'all want to look at it with me, that's fine. But I'm just telling you, take my word for it, man. It's all there. Everything is there. And it's only going to get more intense. We've already looked at it. I've done, I've done a live on it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I've done a live on it. I can go back and look at the live and show you even on the different timestamps, on the different timestamps, because I don't see anything, guys, that it looks like that he would be there. I don't think he's in there. I think that's that Saturn, guys. That's it. This is it. This is the problem. Saturn that's going up there from the shooting. Remember I had this one that I was focused on. Dan Bongino matches this too. Okay. Let me just tell you guys, I'm not even kidding. The FBI was rising with this shooting. Dan Bongino, the FBI, with this shooting. He was with the Secret Service. He wants to be a politician. Something not right. We're going down into New York, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia. And this is where the weight is right through here in Virginia. That's where all the weight was prior to all of this spawning. And this shooting here, that's where the Massachusetts is going. I'm just going to have to draw all of this out. But there's the 9. That's the Saturn. That's the Saturn. That would be the Saturn line of, it's a non-compass bearing. That would be the Saturn of Rhode Island. The Saturn is definitely the storage unit. It's the limits and obstacles. He's not there. He's not there. They aren't there. Who they are looking for is not there. So the tips that they are getting, it could be that the tips that they are getting is a distraction. It's a deflection. I don't know. It could be that he's been there or they've been there and they're not there anymore. I don't know. Something's up. It's all we know. And there's an intensity from the 17th to the 20th, and we're at the 18th. Yep. How they're connected, though. Yes. Yes. I think that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. And if dude was there and he did unalive himself, where is he at? Where is he at? They're not going to do no presser until all of this. And look, let me just show you, since there's no activity over there. Secret Service agent turns on Obama, runs for Congress. Guys, this was in 2013. This was in 2013. This is big. This is going to what is going on right now. They're connected. There's a connection here with the Secret Service agent, now FBI director, who is resigning. He resigned here as well, wanting to run for Congress. There is when you see these two businessmen, this is what the mafia would look like. This is what they look like in suits. These businessmen, these congressmen, these elected officials, I would say that the majority of them are crooks. They're not to be trusted. It's about who you know, how much power you got, how much money you got. And there is a sickness here. And I saw it coming this weekend. Power, money. It's all about eliminating the threats. Charlie Kirk was eliminated. Greg and his family and the people that were on board, I don't care what anybody says. That was botched. Someone sabotaged that plane, and I know exactly when they did it. They did it the day before. Exactly. And how much are you going to kiss? Yeah. Lobbyists, donors, it's all political. It's all political power. And I'm about over all the right and the left and this one and that one. I think they're all the same. They're all the same. He had been a 12-year veteran of the Secret Service. Once defended President Obama with his life. He's been through a lot. He knows a lot. And he also knows how to get away and to get around things as well. And we're going to see him. There's going to be a reflection of him on Saturday. I don't know what the connection would be with the Brown University and the MIT other than a hit of threats. Because the MIT guy, he was definitely a threat. He was definitely a threat. So let me see if I can get that. Let me see if I can get a better video of the MIT guy. Because I want y'all to know who he is. Let's see. Pascal is live too. But they're all just showing the same stuff. There's not anything really going on here. Everybody's just waiting and talking. Huh. Okay. Let's look at this.
Link between the slaying of a top nuclear scientist and the deadly shooting spree at Brown University. 2 days after the Brown shooting, MIT professor Nuno Loureiro was gunned down at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts.
Reported gunshots. Father was shot multiple times.
With projectiles impacted in the wall.
The 47-year-old was a renowned professor of nuclear. Nuclear science and engineering. And the shooting at Brown, just an hour's drive away, targeted the School of Engineering and Physics. Coincidence? MIT stepped up security today out of an abundance of caution and in light of recent events.
Is there any connection between the shootings?
We had the deadly attack at Brown University, and now we have this.
I spoke with Joseph Scott Morgan, professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University. Is this a crazy coincidence, or could this be some kind of connection?
Right now, I got to tell you, man, they don't have a suspect zeroed in at this point. Nothing. And I mean...
Did y'all not hear a word I said? Okay, let's go back. I said that there is a connection when I said that there's a connection between Massachusetts and this event. It's because the lunar nodes were coming down onto the event with Massachusetts, with Virginia. So there is the same degree that Virginia and Massachusetts share. So when I say that this is all going to be rooted, the shootings in Virginia, That's exactly what I'm saying. Because there is a south node that's set on Massachusetts. This man is the Saturn. Massachusetts Saturn is 1256. The lunar nodes came over the 1256. He's gone. There's the fate for Massachusetts. Limits and obstacles with the way that they create at MIT. This man knew things. He knew things about the solar cycles, what the sun is capable of, the cycles that we're going through. And this is big. You're not going to get this news anywhere else. You won't. You haven't. You're not going to get this news anywhere else. They're connected. This route that we're going to find in Virginia hasn't been unveiled yet, and I don't know if it will. And the only thing that I can think of that Virginia is going to show up with this is that's where the route is. That's where the route is. So,
deadly shooting spree at Brown University. 2 days after the Brown shooting, MIT professor Nuno Loureiro was gunned down at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts.
Reported gunshots. The father was shot multiple times.
With projectiles impacted in the wall.
The 47-year-old was a renowned professor of nuclear science and engineering. And the shooting at Brown, just an hour's drive away, targeted the School of Engineering and Physics. Coincidence? MIT stepped up security today out of an abundance of caution and in light of recent events.
Is there any connection between the shootings?
We had the deadly attack at Brown University, and now we have this.
I spoke with Joseph Scott Morgan, professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University. Is this a crazy coincidence, or could this be some kind of connection?
Right now, I got to tell you, man, they don't have a suspect zeroed in at this point. Nothing, and I mean nothing, is off the table.
The FBI has not established a link between the two cases. There was a somber candlelight vigil outside his home last night. Meanwhile, police in Providence released these images showing a man who they say crossed paths with the suspect. They're asking for help identifying and speaking to the individual shown in these photos who is in proximity of the person of interest. And surveillance video is yielding other intriguing clues, including this gesture, clasping his hands behind his back.
It would not surprise me at all to find out that this individual has some kind of back problem, maybe a hip problem, a shoulder problem, and they hold their hands behind their back in order to kind of posture or kind of brace themselves.
That stance with the arms behind the back sort of looks like the way maybe a professor stands as he or she walks around a classroom.
Well, yeah, rather professorial, perhaps. I've been a professor for 20 years now, and I get from time to time.
Like he's got his hands behind his back because he's got back problems, dude. Stop. He was nervous. That man is definitely nervous. You'll see him do his little fingers and stuff. He's just nervous. He doesn't have no back problems.
Stands as he or she walks around a classroom.
Well, rather professorial, perhaps. I've been a professor for 20 years now, and I get from time to time. I may have stood that way, but I'm not walking up and down the street like this.
Wow. I know I'm having some technical difficulties, but it's okay. I think we're all good now. Yeah, he's trying not to seem suspicious. He doesn't have no back problems. The man is either a student, used to be a student there, or a teacher, or even actually attends there. But they've been there before. It's not like they've never been there before. There's a lot of action here with this suspect, with the vehicle, with all of that, but it wouldn't appear that we have a person that is deceased in the storage like they said. It just doesn't look that way at all to me. At all. And they're not going to do this press conference because I promise I've been watching it. They're not going to do that press conference until whatever it is that they're doing, you know. So we have problems, guys. We have major problems with what our MIT guy was working on. What he was working on. That's what took him out. That's exactly what took him out. Let me see if I can find something else. Let's see what this girl is saying. It's a little short. See what she's saying.
Investigating a murder in Brookline. The Norfolk County DA's office tells us that it happened here off of Gibbs Street. An MIT professor was shot and killed. Neighbors say he lived on this first floor apartment, this corner unit here, and the suspect is still at large. Brookline police, the last time we spoke to them, tell us no one is in custody. The victim's name is Nuno Loureiro. He was just 47 years old. Neighbors tell us that he had a family living with him in this apartment, and he's been with MIT since 2016. He's originally from Portugal, and just on May 1st, he became the director of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center. So we're told he oversaw a large staff. This was a very high position. Neighbors here are understandably shaken up. I want to show you what one neighbor posted on her door. And she posted this on doors all over the neighborhood, asking that her neighbors at 7 p.m. tonight light a candle in their windows facing Gibbs Street. Neighbors also tell us that last night they saw police swarming this area of town, which they say is not at all normal for Brookline. And today so far, we've seen investigators with thin paper evidence bags walking around the building. We've seen police officers going door to door. Neighbors, of course, are also frightened to learn that no one has been taken into custody. When someone is arrested, or as we learn more information on this case, we'll have it all posted on WBZ.com.
The reason why they could, maybe it is that they think that is a connection on the on the onset here with them. The only thing that I can think of is that it could be the certain shell. Maybe it's the shell that they used. Maybe it's the same shell that was found outside of that and, outside of the both shootings. I'm just wondering if it's the same, same rounds that they're finding. They could be doing ballistics or doing some type of DNA to make sure that they are connected before saying for sure that they are connected, New Hampshire's new said DNA. Okay. DNA about what? In New Hampshire? The DNA from the storage unit? From stuff that they may have found in the storage unit? New Hampshire said DNA, huh? Let's look at this one. Let's look at this one and see. Said they believe. Okay, gotcha. They posted his picture. He's got a picture? Can you find that link and send it to me? Thank you so much.
Looking into the shooting death of an MIT professor whose research aimed to move the world towards clean and near limitless energy. 47-year-old Nuno Loureiro was pronounced dead.
Y'all know they can't have that, right? We can't have free energy, free or clean energy. Come on. No. All the stuff that he was working on, he was a threat.
At a hospital Tuesday morning after being shot inside his Brookline, Massachusetts apartment a few miles outside of Boston. Neighbors said they heard multiple gunshots.
I heard 3 loud bangs. I thought at first it was somebody in our apartment kicking in the door or something.
It's scary to be in Brookline. It's supposed to be the safe town and no one's talking.
Loved ones were seen gathering outside of Loureiro and his wife's home Tuesday night.
Such a bizarre thing. It's hard to imagine it was random, to tell you the truth. It's a family that's feeling such raw horror, I'm sure terror. What do you do with something that's indescribable?
Loureiro joined MIT in 2016. He was a professor in the university's Department of Nuclear Science and Engineering, along with the physics department. He was also director of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center. Fusion plasmas are very hot plasmas needed for nuclear fusion. For example, the sun and stars run on nuclear fusion. On Earth, naturally occurring plasmas include lightning and the aurora borealis. Loureiro's research helped engineers design better fusion reactors by improving how plasmas are controlled and stabilized, aimed at moving closer to practical fusion energy. This would essentially wipe out the need for coal mining, oil drilling, fracking, fuel pipelines, and tanker shipping. Loureiro.
Well, I mean, that would limit a lot of people. Their entire life would be destroyed. They would not, they can't have stuff like that coming in. And the repentance video that I put out about Erica is the same for all of us. All of us. That's the problem. That's why he was taken out. He was a threat.
Loureiro told MIT News in 2018 that fusion energy will change the course of human history, and it's both humbling and exciting to be leading the research center that will play a key role in enabling that change. As the investigation into his murder continues, speculation is now rising over whether the MIT professor was targeted for his work. Taylor Tinsley, One America News.
For all our viewers asking where One America News is heading in the future.
Yeah, he was definitely targeted. Definitely targeted.
Into a different configuration.
Oh, shoot.
Detectives continue looking into.
You know what they say, when a hot sale item rings, you can save on more things.
I don't think that's what it is. Shh, I'm listening to all my savings.
I'm proud of my degree at APU because I am a firm believer that education is the foundation in which your dream.
And I have to tell you, there's not.
Oh, shit. Don't tell me I got to do that again.
There as well. The roads are blocked off, but people are just kind of, even the officers are kind of walking. There's nobody running. There's nobody pointing guns anymore that we can see.
Yeah, so I just got some information from two different sources. First, my source in New Hampshire tells me that the reason when we first saw the video of the officers kind of in the parking lot waiting, they were waiting to look at surveillance video of the suspect or alleged suspect in the storage unit. And I'm told they did have video of him, and we have our first images of the suspect. We don't. They do. And once they realized he was in it, then they knew they had to call in enforcements. But they don't believe he's in it right now. So this may have been surveillance video when he allegedly first arrived. But good. This is all source-based, but a very good source in New Hampshire is telling me that when you saw the officers, they got there. They wanted to make sure he was in there. So this is really our first look without a mask on at the suspect that they now have, which obviously confirms more about the case. So that is an important thing. Now they went in there right now. Now, I told you, neighborhoods around that area being alerted to look for somebody suspicious who's walking. And we're also seeing that Salem police is driving around the neighborhoods just to make sure everyone's safe. So it would believe at this point that he is on foot right now in that area. And if you're familiar with this particular area, it's pretty vast, and there's a huge mall across the street.
Yeah, and it lends into like why we're not really hearing anything right now or an update as to what may be happening there in terms of, I think you assume when you hear they've surrounded a place a couple hours ago that it's going to happen fast.
Right.
And that hasn't happened. We have not gotten a word.
But see what we heard was wrong. What we heard was wrong. We were hearing that the guy was in there. He unalived himself. Well, we see it on the map, right? We see it on the map. We're like, oh, no. No, this is Saturn. That's Rhode Island Saturn is going right up here. Limits and obstacles. More work. More work. And it's right there. If we really look at that storage unit on the map, look, guys, it's right on the other side. It's on the border of Massachusetts and New Hampshire. So again, I'm coming back into Massachusetts. It's right there on the border. Look at that. There it is. That's the storage unit. That's where they're at. Right there on the border. So we don't need to be in New Hampshire. We need to be in Massachusetts. We need to be in Massachusetts looking for this person. And we don't need to be on this Saturn line either. We're going to have limits and obstacles here. Unless, yeah, we're going to have limits and obstacles because this person, even if on foot, they're in the woods, they're crossing over, they're going to get picked up. They're not going to find that person here. Oh shit, y'all didn't even see it. My God. I'm doing all that work, showing all y'all. I'm having so much problems tonight. Okay. Jesus, help me, God. Yeah, no map. All right, now you're going to see it. All that I was saying. Okay, so let's go back to it. Here's the storage unit. God. Here's the storage unit. Right here. Extra space storage, 10 Hampshire Road, Salem, New Hampshire. New Hampshire, Massachusetts. There's the line. It's right on the opposite side. That person is going to be in Massachusetts. That's where the fate was. That's where the fate was when MIT guy got shot. Okay. This is a Saturn line, even though you're reading something else. It's only because I've put in an extra, I haven't actually mapped it. But all of this line right here would bring them limits and obstacles for Rhode Island. They're not going to find him on this line. Limits and obstacles. And it has to do with the business because that's what Saturn is as well. It's a business. It's woods. It's business. Limits and obstacles. Not going to find him here. Not going to find what you need here. And it's almost like a distraction. That's what I think. It's almost like a distraction. So let's go back and see. Oh, you're not going to hear it from here. Unrelated, but Terry Bowersox has been retrail clearing? Huh? On Facebook groups, retrail clearing. I don't know what you mean by that, Kylie. Retrail clearing? I don't understand what that means, babe. But yeah, he's in transit too. He's in transit too, but I'm not talking about Sebastian tonight just simply because I want to cover this because I was seeing this as well. I was seeing this as well as Sebastian's case, Summer's case. I was seeing Summer's too. And it's about the things of the past. There's a lot of stuff going on this weekend, not just for the cases, but also in the world. And what's going on in the world, guys, is intense. It's some intense shit going down. Looks like they're leaving. Down, oh, y'all can see it. Okay. Yeah, it looks like they're leaving. Got the FBI. Looks like forensics. They swarm shooter suspect, but the shooter suspect is not there. All those preliminary, oh, he's unalived himself. That was all false. That was not true at all. Still waiting on that. He's been posting saying he and others have been clearing trails, woodland. Oh, okay. Well, good. Glad that he's been doing something. It's about damn time. Okay, so if you look at this, where this storage unit is, we have New Hampshire right here. We have Massachusetts here. He's got to be in Massachusetts. He's got to be. Let me look at this for a second. Let me just look at this for a second because there's nothing going on. I mean, there's really, I was thinking that there was going to be a bunch that we were about to find out, but it's not looking like that. Not looking like that at all. At all. But I do believe that I believe that there's a hit list. I believe that that's exactly what's going on right now. Hold on. One second. Okay. Now I'm in. I'm in with you guys. Okay. Because I'm about to show y'all some of the astrology while we're waiting. While we're waiting on this other stuff to go down. Let me take off this. Take that off. Bring me on. And I'm going to share my whole screen so, of course, you all can see what I'm doing. I just tried to send a message elaborating and it won't go through. What's going on? I don't know. A message on here? There ain't no telling. There's no telling. No telling. Okay. So I'm going to share my whole screen. That way we can get to looking, and don't worry, I've got I'll be looking and making sure that we're not missing anything. It was about the professor. I don't know. That's weird. That's weird. I wonder if, ever since that FBI stuff, my stuff has been acting really weird. That David Dew came in chat, remember? Yeah. Everything's been kind of weird since then. Yeah, definitely weird. So this energy right here is going to be coming in to transit that Ceres. I'm going to have to be looking at some of this more closely because it's been pretty wild. Saturn, when all of that happened, Saturn was sitting right here. That's the reason why, even though Saturn hasn't, we're still going to see a bunch of stuff going on right here. Y'all, we haven't even gotten there yet. Oh my goodness. Let's look at the transits right now. See this 2608, God's will is being done with Rhode Island right now. And there is a lot of police presence. God's will is being done. That 2608 that we just saw with their Vulcan, that's what it is. God's will is being done. Lots of problems. We got lots of things going on that they're just not able to. They're like, what the hell's going on? Well, that's what it is. That's what it is. This too shall pass, right? This too shall pass. So here's Zeus, and Zeus is the same degree as Rhode Island's 10th house, their public image, everything that we're seeing right now. They are there on the map from the Brown shooting. They're there at the storage, having limits and obstacles with their public image too. Now we could go a little bit to the east at the 28, and we may find him. We may find them, or even this one. So the 28 and the 4 Taurus, we could go there to find him. We could go there. 28 and 4. Jesus. So now I'm about to start mapping it. It looks like, because they're not finding him. They're not finding him. So 28. And 34. That's where we're at right there, that conjunction. Jesus. Rhode Island, Jupiter, and Aries 10, conjunct 11th series in Taurus. So that's Rhode Island. We always have to do the state blue. Have a good color coding here. So right through there, Canton, Foxborough, North Attleboro, Foxborough, Sharon, Canton, Milton, Dorchester. Where are we going? Boston streets, there's Salem. Yeah, I don't do well in Salem. I know that. I would not do well in Massachusetts because I connect to Massachusetts, Saturn in the 5th house. And guess what happened? Y'all want to know what happened? My connection with Saturn there. Let me tell you what happened. So my dark moon goes to the 5th house of kids, creativity, Saturn in Massachusetts. My son went there. And they went on a plane ride. They went on a train. First time he had ever been on a train. They fell asleep and woke up, and all of the money that he had, which was like $1,800 in his wallet for the trip, was gone. It was stolen. And I told him, babe, I don't do good in Massachusetts with kids. And you're my kid, and you're going to Salem, Salem and the witches and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think we do good there. That's what happened. Just saying. Just wanted to fill y'all in on that one. It was crazy. So that is what I'm seeing for tonight, is that these limits and obstacles, maybe they could go, maybe Rhode Island, because it's going to have to be, Rhode Island is going to have to bring it. You're like, well, why not map New Hampshire, or why not maps? No, because this all happened in Rhode Island. No matter who brings it home, whether it be the FBI, the CIA, no matter what, it's still going to have to show up for Rhode Island. So let's look at this. Let's see how Saturn is interacting with other placements in their chart. So it's opposite the Justice. So here's the Justice right here. This connects to California. The 333 is California's moon. So there's a Justice here. There's a Health. That's Libra. So we're actually going to go south. That's going to go south. I read he was combating climate change. Yes. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the beginning of this, of when I was talking about him, climate. It has everything to do with the sun. And I'm wondering if, okay, so this is what my mom sent me earlier about that. I'm going to read it to you. This is what my mom sent me earlier, because me and my mom have to get into the rabbit hole sometimes together. Because, like, I'll talk to her about stuff that I'm seeing, or I'll talk to Jeff about stuff I'm seeing. And I'm like, this is it. This is the time that I'm watching for this. And so my mom and Jeff, they're my soundboards when I'm not talking to y'all. And this is what mom sent me today. She said, a commenter on the Zero Hedge about the connection, because I'm looking for connection. I'm getting hot as hell. I've been looking for a connection between them. And then when the news came out today, I was like, oh my God, now they're saying it. Hell yeah. Now we can all try to figure it out together. So mom sent me this, and she said, it says, they're a big possibility for his unaliving. He was giving presentations that the Earth's magnetic field does flip in a cycle manner, and that it might be happening today, which it is. We've been saying this. The metaphysical community has been saying this since 2017. No, 2008. I know for me and the metaphysical community that I've been with is 2008, when Pluto came into Capricorn. He was given presentations that the Earth's magnetic field does flip in a cycle manner, and that it might be happening today. Along with that was that the Earth's magnetic field, which we rely upon, has great effect on the weather and climate. It weakens during these flips, and it does. We can see the evidence of that. We can see the evidence of it. You can't unsee what you're seeing. Just because somebody tells you that that's not what it is, we know that it is. By giving these presentations on the Earth's magnetic field, he was destroying the man-made climate change and was letting the info out that a change is happening now, and that it can likely be catastrophic. No, it is going to be catastrophic. He might have been okay doing this if he was not in such a respected science position. His words carried weight and credibility with other scientists and the public, so they shut him up. And that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did. They shut him up. They eliminated that threat. But we see the evidence. We see the evidence of climate changes. And we've been studying the sun for hundreds of years, and there's been hundreds of research papers on it. There's tons of information that tells us exactly what is happening. And our climate changes. We have cycles. We've always had cycles. The only constant is change. So humanity has gone through many, many solar cycles, and we have documented that. This is why the sun is the sun god. It's the giver of life. It's the taker away of life. The energy of Aquarius and Leo. Leo and Aquarius. This is education. This is kids. This is the heart. And this is the sun. This is the future. This is groups. This is innovativeness. So what is happening as we go into the age of Aquarius, the human being is being altered. It's being changed. We are no longer going to see a lot of fertility. There's going to be a lot of problems with fertility. There's going to be a lot of gay people. We are reducing humanity in great numbers because overpopulation, we're having to feed all these people. It's costing us money. Then we have the future. The future is compromised by the sun. The future is compromised by children, by education. So here is us, we the people that rise up in the future, that become innovative, and we come together in communities, in small communities and groups, and we raise the kids. We are going to be going back into the dark ages. We're not going to be talking everybody's talking about the future. It may not be my future, But the future is not, it's very, we won't have technology. We don't have to worry about Bitcoin. We don't have to worry about AI because you know what? Humanity has always went through these cycles. And the sun, this is the reason why the sun is the God. We're going to have to go back into the times where, but it's not going to be like, we're going to have to adapt to the new atmosphere. That's what's coming. He was going to say that. I think that that's everything that he was working on. He proved it. He proved a way that we could reduce everything, that we could really come together to make whatever would be coming with the sun better, free energy, all of that, and possibly even come up with something to where it could help us from any type of radiation that we would be receiving from the sun. Have you heard Bill Gates wants to block the sun? Have you heard that China has created a new sun? Yes. China has tried to create a new sun. I mean, we're just, when our sun depletes or when our sun does this, we cannot, no, we're not going to be able to, we're not going to be able to fix man control nature. But what we can do is be innovative with, and there's going to be children that are going to be, there are children being born with Pluto and Aquarius. There's children that are being born that are transforming the future. Our children that are being born today are going to be transforming the future in an innovative way. And I think it's going to help us, especially when it comes to all the radiation, all the problems that we're going to have growing crops, having to adapt to a new type of atmosphere. And humanity has always done this. We've always tried. We've always been adapting. We've always adapted, and we will continue to adapt. But it's big. This is big. Exactly. It would stop all of that. It would put a halt. He was a threat to the money, to the pocket, to the power. When I saw a bunch of money moving, that was looking like it was so intense, I could hardly breathe. I was getting anxiety. That's why. Tartarian. Yeah, I mean, there has been, myths of different civilizations in all of our times past. We can read about them. We can understand what happened. We've got, Ben with, who has been, let me see if I can find him. Well, no, I'm not going to. He changed his channel. But I have followed the sun, information about the sun my whole life. I've studied it. I've written about it, I've written about it. I've had a come to Jesus meeting about it and a lot of, prophecy, I feel like, but that's for another life. But anyway, so let me go ahead and let's look at, they're leaving the scene. We're still waiting. I think that we're about to get the presser because they're leaving. They've got information. They're going to give it to them and say, okay, this is what we can talk about. This is not what we can't talk about. I think we're going to see it here in just a few. So just hold on tight. I think that the earth will reset itself. I do. I think we've been here time and time again. I think that the earth will reset itself. I think that we're going to, because when the magnetic field depletes, we are going to, when you see those pictures of the people flying up, we're going to be like, no gravity. It's going to be a trip, y'all. Oh gosh, Lisa, thank you. Lisa, I don't know if you're in here, but thank you for the Cash App, girl. I cannot believe that. How sweet. Thank you, babe. Golly, thank you. Sure didn't expect anything like that. Thank you so much. When the sun began to pick up and have those X flares, I told y'all watch the sun because I've got a pattern for the sun. I've looked at the Carrington event. I've looked at a lot of our solar people, and I've got some patterns. I got a pattern. Resets through catastrophic natural events like floods, asteroid impacts, mass extinctions. I think AI will be the next reset. Oh my God. Let me tell you something about that. So I've written about AI. I think I've done a video about AI. And I think that you're onto something. I think that you're onto something. And it's not that AI is new. There's nothing new under the sun. Absolutely nothing new under the sun. No, no, no. It's always been here. It's always been here. That's the thing, is that a lot of people don't realize that AI, time is a circle. The astrology chart that I read, it's a circle, guys. And the serpent eating its tail, it's where time is always circling back. We are always, it's like a rat, a mouse on a wheel, a hamster on a wheel type of thing. We just can't get off because it's a cycle, it's a pattern. And these events that Army Vet is talking about is where, so when I talk about AI in my book, the Bible talks about AI, guys. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, okay, so what they, yes, because we live in a dual world and we are in a duality, and in a duality, this is in heaven. In a duality, we have good and bad, and both are virtuous, both are needed. Both are needed. So this is the planet where duality exists and the reality of it. But AI is in the Bible. It's in the Bible, and I write about it. Maybe I should do another. I think I've done a video about it, though. I think I have. Let's see. Let me see if I have. I'm waiting on this conference. We're still waiting on it. Hold on. Let me show it. Hey, Cinderella. So let me see if I've got it. We're still waiting on this. I think that it's going to come, though, now that all that took place. And we've just been like waiting on. Let's look at the earthquakes, because y'all know I'll be looking at this stuff. Let's look at the sun, because that's what we're talking about. And space weather, this close approach to the Earth, on December 19th. This is the new moon. So that's something else that we'll have to be talking about, is the new moon that is coming tomorrow. It's in orb right now. And it's going to make its closest approach to Earth tomorrow. So we'll have to be pulling that chart. We're going to have to pull that chart, no doubt about it. Mars and Venus are converging near the sun. Mars and Venus are swapping places in the heavens. On January 6th, Venus will pass behind the sun, moving right to left. On January 9th, Mars will pass behind the sun, moving left to right. Weeks after they cross paths, Mars will become a naked eye morning planet, while Venus becomes a brilliant evening star. And this is when we really want to take note. I think that that's when we're really going to want to take note. When a planet passes behind the sun, astronomers call it superior solar conjunction. Astronomers, and so do astrologers. So do astrologers. Imagine that. Mars and Venus are about to have a consecutive solar conjunction, less than 3 days apart, making this a true Mars-Venus-Sun alignment to kick off the new year. So I keep going. I look to see how many fireballs we got, see how active it is. I see about the data, see if it's quiet or not, the index, the planetary K index. I look to see about this, the sunspots. All of these sunspots are stable and quiet. It's what it says. And so we're good. We've got a little bit of wind speed. Got a little bit, not too much, but we got a little bit, not too dense, too dense. All right, so that's today, but tomorrow we're going to be watching that as well. And I'm definitely going to pull the chart because I did create a chart for the atlas. And I've got March 2nd too. So I've got tomorrow and then March 2nd that we'll need to be talking about it. We'll need to be talking about this. Cuz this is what happens is they bring sickness. Okay, so the sun creates our climate, our weather, and our health. The sun governs us, okay, in every way possible. The sun does. And when we have comets, they bring sickness, they bring plagues, they bring omens to the earth. They always have. Man has always written about them as that. I've written about it myself. So we are going through a shift, a big shift as we go into the new year. It's just the way it is. And we're riding the wave. We're just going to be riding the wave, guys. I still don't see anything coming up. I still don't see anything. And did y'all not see any of that? Did y'all just see me and not even see space weather or anything? Please tell me y'all saw more than me. Did y'all see the space weather? Did y'all see this? Did y'all see me talking about this? Yes or no? Did y'all see it? Okay, thank God. Thank God. I was like, goodness gracious. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay. All right. Nothing. Where are the updates, man? Where's the updates? Let's see what's going on Pascal. See if he's got anything going on. But it doesn't look like that there's anything new until the conference. My gosh. Yep, he's got the same thing. We're just looking, we're waiting. Yeah, I don't trust him either. No, I don't trust him either. Not a bit. Not a bit. I mean, what is there to trust really? You know? When this happened, so the dark moon came and set here at that 2913. And Dan Bongino, he has that 2913. He has that 2913. So there was a lot of darkness that came with him the moment that took place. And I find it very interesting with all of this going on. He announces his resignation. So once that took place, and there was a relationship that came here about two people, there was a tip about two people, or it's the communications that they saw, all those cameras, and they got a conscious raising experience like, oh my gosh. Rhode Island is thinking, there could be two. There could be two people. So the event was showing two people, that it was possible that there could be two people. And that still remains to be seen. However, the opposing force is this right here. There's a lot of disordered aggression at a 6 degree too. So that 3 and 6, let's go ahead and draw that while we wait on the map. While we wait on the press conference, let's draw that in because it looks like there's more people in there. So it could be, we could be getting close to having a conference here. Okay. Watch this. Okay. Let's draw that one. And it's a 3 and a 6. $183. Let's go ahead and bring it on down. Because we don't know. 183 and 186. So that's the 4th house of home. God conjunct dark moon. That's not good. Especially if it has anything to do with the law. So you can already see we're going down into Puerto Rico, Colombia, and Peru. Man is from Portugal, so let me look at that and see if there's anything in their chart that would be a 90 to a 96. 90 to 96 on Rhode Island. That would be a 0 to a 6 degree in Cancer. 0 to 6 in Cancer. So this would be the conjunction right there, the 92. That's not even this. This is going to be more like it. These two, a 29 and a 2. That's a relationship, the warring of a home and a relationship of two people. Oh, okay. So that's 60, 70, 89. 89. Let's bring it on out. And 92. And that's Rhode Island's 12th house, Juno in Gemini, conjunct Eris in Cancer. It's a relationship at home. Dang, and it's squaring. So if there is anybody that is in the government of Rhode Island, there's the square too. Look at that. Look at that. There's a square there with the Justice and Juno. Look at that. Look at that. That means that, making sure y'all can see it, okay? All right, y'all can see it, all right. That means that there's a square, there's a challenge with Portugal, Colombia, Peru. Let's go ahead and get them. I want to make sure I can see them just right. Let's get those. Right there where they need to be, inside the circle. So this is the square right here. This is the challenge. Let's look at this challenge that they got. So this is where they were seen. Okay, so 14:53 hour, he is seen walking here. 14:52, he's walking here. So 14:52, 14:53. He exits here. He's walking this direction. So he's walking up this way. Okay. Park. There's the Mansfield Center. Massachusetts. Okay, let's take this out. Let's look at that Massachusetts again. So 20 Aries. Making sure y'all are still here. Okay. Y'all haven't left the building just yet. Y'all haven't given up on me just yet. Okay. We're still waiting on it. So we're going to look at this map. A 20 Aries. Yeah, map has exactly what I'm doing, girl. Like, I'm over this. I'm over it. Okay, so we've got the Venus and the wake up call because we've already done, okay, so we've already done Jupiter. We've already done these two, Jupiter and Ceres. So now I'm going to do these two. There's a wake up call with evidence. There's the evidence possibly for Rhode Island, 23 and a 25. That's in the 10th house, 23 and 25. They actually shine here. We want to see them shine. We want to see them doing good. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Okay. We're going to draw these two and then draw these two. 23 and 25. That's an easy conjunction to draw. All right. 23, 25. Your local news just sent out alert that he was found deceased. Who was? Who was found deceased? Do you live? Where do you live, babe? Okay, so he was found? Jesus. Well, I'm going to keep on drawing till we know for sure. The dude, I see it. Oh, you do? Okay. He was found unalived. Was he found? Okay, hold on. That's what Boston 10 reported. Okay. Well, Jesus, let's hear. Can y'all hear that? Or is it muted for you guys? Let me know because I'm sharing. You don't hear it? Okay. I wanted to make sure. All right. Because when I'm sharing on my screen, it won't. I don't know why it does that, man. Okay, he was found. Okay, god dang, man. They need to make up their mind, don't they? Is he found? Is he not? Is he found? Is he not? I think the FBI cleaned up, I'm saying. Oh my God. I would not be surprised, really. Okay, so 10 is showing. Let's listen to this.
Any red light cameras, any pole cameras that may capture that car going up to the MIT professor's location for that murder, to solidify and help build a timeline of this shooter. So you're going to be looking and combing through all of that data, Austin. But, you know, I was talking to a local Fox affiliate yesterday about this case. We watched the 1 hour crime.
Yeah, I'm waiting on it,
Summer.
Summer.
Crimes solved within that 60 minutes. And, you know, this is playing out. It's been since Saturday. It's starting to make progress and get solved, but these things take time. It's a lot of work. You have a lot of people doing different tasks.
Okay.
All right, I think they're
Starting to
gonna.
make progress and get solved, but these things take time.
Today, let's play a game with you.
I think they're about to do it. The press conference, anyway. Here we go. Well, glad I don't have to map the man. I mean, we may be looking for somebody else. So if we're looking for somebody else too, if there's two, then I'll keep doing the map.
Chris, come over to this side. Take the X that says CP. Yes, sir. We got everybody? Great.
Oh, it says right there, he's found dead.
Good evening, everybody. Tonight, our Providence neighbors can finally breathe a little easier. In a minute, Colonel Perez will share the latest details on the investigation, but I want to thank the people of Providence for stepping up and coming together during an extraordinarily difficult time. I know this has been hard on all of us. Over the past 5 days, minutes have felt like hours, but the people of Providence have done what we're best at. We've leaned on one another, come together and supported one another, and showed the nation what a tight-knit community looks like. It was because of the information provided to us by neighbors and the tireless work of our Providence Police Department, the Rhode Island State Police, the FBI, the ATF, and many other federal partners. The incredible prosecutorial advice and guidance that we received from the Attorney General's office. We all worked well together to be able to identify this suspect. I know we will have a lot of questions still, and we will continue to work to get those answers. But it is a great honor for me to turn this over to our Chief of Police, Colonel Oscar Perez, and I will say on behalf of the people of Providence, we owe him and every member of the Providence Police Department the deepest debt of gratitude. Colonel?
Yes, they're live, Brenda.
Well, first and foremost, I want to offer my deepest condolences to the families, the victims. It was for them that this work was put together to make sure that they get the justice that they deserve and to ensure that this person was held accountable. Second thing I'll tell you is that I'm extremely proud of this department, actually the officers, the detectives, the real-time crime center, the community response team, the intelligence division, the narcotics division, the task force. This past Saturday, as you all know, December 13, Providence Police Department and Brown University Police Department responded to this horrific tragedy at Brown University 184 Hope. Our officers were there within minutes. That same day, Providence Police detectives immediately went to work. Looking for video footage to see who this individual was and who was responsible. A person of interest was identified from that video footage. The person of interest was observed down Hope Street, turning onto Waterman Street, and that was one of the first videos that we released. At the same time, every federal agency you can think of was reaching out to the Providence Police Department and responded to the capital city. Images were shared with media within hours. Persons of interest it was the same individual that has been the focus of this investigation since the beginning. All the new images that we received of this person of interest were shared with the media continuously over the past 6 days. This critical evidence was collected with the use of public assistance. As the mayor stated, I'm proud to be the chief of police of this city. I'm proud to be a product of this city for the reasons that the mayor stated. The community stepped up. It was all about groundwork, public assistance, interviews of individuals, and good old-fashioned policing. That is the type of police work that every police officer in this nation reminds themselves of, and that many do not understand. And that is critically important and often succeeds where technology alone cannot. We looked at financial records, we looked at video footages, and in the specific incident, it was actually a video that provided us with a description of a vehicle. That was corroborated through a tip that was received to the tip center. That room was packed with detectives, agents receiving calls on a daily basis. We started early and left late. Then Flock and the LPR was able to provide us with this description of this vehicle. That vehicle was picked up by Flock, which led us to a car rental place in Massachusetts. Through that, the agents and their work as well were able to get us footage of this individual, as well as a copy of the agreement, which provided his real name. The video of that subject matched the description of that person of interest that this police department was desperate to put handcuffs on. That individual was identified as Claudio Neves Valenti, date of birth, and he was a 48-year-old man. He was a Brown student, he was a Portuguese national, and his last known address was in Miami, Florida. And I will tell you that he took his own life tonight. We have members of the Providence Police Department up in Salem, New Hampshire. And we also have the BCI unit. Obviously, the FBI and their evidence recovery unit is up there. So the process is being conducted as we speak. And it goes without saying that I would like to personally thank the efforts again of the Providence Police Department, the Rhode Island State Police, the Rhode Island Attorney General, the FBI, the ATF, HSI, the U.S. Marshals, IRS, DEA, Secret Service, and NCIS. There is no way that we could have done this by ourselves. In this nation, when horrific incidents like this happen, law enforcement steps up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel. General Arona.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. You know, I would describe the emotions on the investigative team of completeness in terms of the investigation, an investigation that's, if not the hardest, among the handful of hardest investigations that I've ever been involved with. And the sense that we owed those 2 dead Brown students and the 9 injured Brown students and the students who were in that auditorium that weren't injured, and the Brown community and the Providence community results. The teams worked really hard. I think I mentioned that to you almost every night that we met with you. I wish they were all up here with us. That we wouldn't fit here, but it was remarkable to see the cooperation between the FBI agents, the ATF agents, the HSI agents, the Providence police detectives, the state police detectives, our prosecutors. And I will say that everybody brought a certain expertise to the table. But it is nevertheless a sad moment when you think about those young people who were hurt, injured, or worse, or two of them are now deceased. You know, to me, this was always going to be an investigation where something was going to break it open. We were going to pull threads. We were going to gather evidence that would lead us in a particular direction. And I will say that if we were with you less than, well, I guess now more than 24 hours ago, we had that picture of that second individual. And I would say within an hour, no more than two, I think it was under an hour, that person came forward to two Providence police officers over on the east side and said he had information, that he was that person and he had information that could help this case. And I remember last night watching his interview, and he blew this case right open. He blew it open. And that's how these cases sometimes go. You can feel like you're not making a lot of progress. You can feel like you're chasing leads and they don't work out. But the team keeps going because, you know, those of us with experience know that you're going to pull a lot of threads, and it's not always the first one that's going to get you where you need to go. But when you do crack it, you crack it. And that person led us to the car, which led us to the name, which led us to the photographs of that individual renting the car, which matched the clothing of our shooter here in Providence, that matched the satchel that we see here in Providence. He was found dead with a satchel, with two firearms, and evidence in the car that that matches exactly what we see at the scene here in Providence. And so I know that you and the public have questions about how we got from a place yesterday where all we could share with you was a photograph of someone we wanted to talk to where we got to tonight. And so we got a state arrest warrant for murder today that was signed by a district court judge for this individual. There won't be a prosecution now, of course, but that affidavit is on our website, and you will be able to see more and read more about how this investigation unfolded. I won't get you all the way there because there are some things that happened afterwards which led us to this suspect's body in New Hampshire. But it will, I think, tell you, give you a sense of the work that went into this by the line prosecutors and the line agents and detectives from the agencies that work so well together. So, you know, as I said, it's with mixed emotions. It is unimaginable, the pain that the parents and families of the deceased are feeling tonight and will feel undoubtedly for quite a while. But I hope that by bringing this person to justice, that we can at least give them the beginnings of some measure of closure. And I want to thank you all for your patience with me when I got a little testy with some of you. Those of you who know me from Rhode Island, you know that's my nature. So I really want to thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, General. As has been said several times, the partnership with the FBI was invaluable. And so it's a pleasure to introduce Special Agent in Charge of FBI, Ted Dox.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. My name is Ted Dox, Special Agent in Charge of FBI Boston. We got him. Shortly before 9 o'clock tonight, the FBI SWAT team executed court-authorized search warrants at a storage unit facility in Hampshire Road in Salem, New Hampshire. This is where we located Claudio Neves Valente, the individual who we believe was responsible for the Brown shooting. The latest developments in an intense 5-day manhunt, and it's a result of an incredible amount of work dedicated by the law enforcement team standing here before you tonight. Every single agency brought their unique skills and expertise to this investigation. And we're motivated by the victims and survivors of this horrific incident. Even though the suspect was found dead tonight, our work is not done. There are many questions that need to be answered. There's a lot of evidence that needs to be processed. And most importantly, the victims and their families deserve special care and consideration. The FBI and our partners across Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire will continue to search for answers for the victims, survivors, and their families to see what motivated this individual to carry out such a senseless act of violence. From the onset of this critical incident, it's been all hands on deck. The FBI deployed approximately 500 special agents, analysts, task force officers, and support personnel to assist our partners in this investigation. In addition to this extra manpower, all our specialty teams were activated, including Evidence Response Team, SWAT, Divert, and Victim Services Response Team, just to name a few. A special thanks to you, the media, as well as to the community. My sincere thanks to Colonel Perez, Colonel Weaver, AG Nerona, Brown University PD, and all of our partners. This was truly a team effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Another critical partner at every step along the way was the ATF. I'd like to introduce Special Agent in Charge of the ATF, Tom Greco.
Good evening. My name is Tom Greco, the Special Agent in Charge of ATF Boston. From the moment 911 reports of the shooting at Brown University came through, there's been an around-the-clock effort to identify the perpetrator and to protect the community. The men and women of ATF, including our special agents, our intelligence research specialists, and our support personnel, have been proud to support and be part of that effort, leveraging our unique experience, dedicated investigators, canine handlers, and crime gun intelligence technology, such as NIBIN, the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, to compare ballistic evidence, and our other available tools to support the investigation, and to help identify Claudio Neves Valente as the individual that we believe was responsible. ATF's mission, first and foremost, is to protect communities from violent crime. Each individual in this country deserves to live in peace and security in their homes, in their schools, in their places of worship, and in the streets. The actions of Claudio Neves Valente stole that right and terrorized the community. I'd like to emphasize to the public, this was a highly dangerous individual capable of extreme violence. And we're happy to have been part of this investigation and proud to have worked with our partners to identify him and see this through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From the very outset on Saturday, from our first press conference in the fire station to today, Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee has been by Providence's side every step of the way. The city of Providence is incredibly grateful for the governor's support, the state police, not just their assistance with the investigation, but in supporting the broader community. It's a pleasure to introduce Governor Dan McKee.
Thanks, Mayor, and clearly your staff, I feel the same way with the team that you have, that we were happily able to assist. And as a former mayor, many of here in the audience know that I've been a mayor, some don't, but I empathize and sympathize with the position that you were in and the fact that you needed people to follow the lead of the Providence police and to partner in with some extraordinary people, whether it's with the FBI or the ATF, and of course our state police as well. From the very beginning, my thoughts as a dad was with the families who suffered from the shooting. The unthinkable happened in our state. The unthinkable happened in Providence. The unthinkable happened at Brown University. And we're going to be forever changed. But our commitment from the state level is to continue to support Providence, Brown, and the people of the state of Rhode Island in the recovery. That's going to take a great deal of time. But I do say this. The professionalism that I saw in the law enforcement should make everyone that lives in our state and beyond our borders feel very safe. These things happen, but it requires some professional help and law enforcement to bring it to the conclusion that we've been able to bring it to. So, Colonel, thank you, everybody involved. And again, we will stand with Providence and Brown University and the people of the state of Rhode Island to provide the help that will be needed in the recovery in a trauma like this.
Thank you, Governor. Throughout the year, the Rhode Island State Police is an incredible partner to Providence, but during this investigation, their support was invaluable. I introduce Colonel of State Police, Colonel Weaver.
My name is Colonel Darnell Weaver, the Superintendent of the Rhode Island State Police. I want to begin by recognizing the excellent and exceptional efforts of the Providence Police Department and Colonel Oscar Perez. From the very first moments of this investigation, the Providence Police Department has worked collaboratively and relentlessly day and night on this investigation while protecting our capital city. Their detectives followed facts, developed evidence, and pursued every credible lead. Colonel Perez's leadership has been steady and decisive, focused on identifying the person responsible for this tragedy. As always,
Have they said yet anything about the other? I mean, I'm trying hard. I mean, it's just so slow. Yeah, and Shauna, did you hear that he is from Florida? So we have two Florida. We have two Florida connections today.
resources, and expertise. This has truly been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, as virtually every trooper has taken extra shifts to help support the efforts in Providence, and I have never been prouder to be a member of the Rhode Island State Police. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the Rhode Island State Police, and this case stands out among one of the most challenging in our state's history. The sheer volume of digital evidence, the complexity of the investigation, and the intense public interest laid an extraordinary demands on everyone involved. Despite that pressure, investigators remain disciplined, methodical, and focused on facts. We are grateful for the assistance of the public, particularly those who shared our information, provided tips, and gave us doorbell camera footage and access to their property. We are also thankful for the ongoing support of Rhode Islanders. We know that you have been with us through this entire investigation. I also want to be very clear about something else. Criminal investigations are grounded in evidence, not speculation or online commentary.
Yeah, he was a Brown student. So we were on the money.
The endless barrage of misinformation, disinformation, rumors, leaks, and clickbait were not helpful in this investigation. Distractions and unfounded criticisms do not support this work. They complicate it and threaten to undermine the justice we seek for the victims and the grieving families. Despite these challenges, good police work prevailed, and we have lessons that we can bring forward.
Yeah, he didn't give us the birthday. He was going to give us the birthday and didn't. I had my pen. I had it ready. I started writing notes, and I was like, damn it.
Continue to support the victims and the broader community as the healing continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Providence is so proud to be home to Brown University, and we are committed to working together with them in the future as they help heal their community as we do our broader Providence community. We continue to give condolences to the deceased and our prayers to those who are recovering. The leader of Brown has been a great partner through this whole process. I'd like to introduce President Christina Paxson from Brown University.
Thank you. Nothing can really fully bring closure to the lives that have been shattered over the past week, but this may allow our community to move forward and begin a path of repair and recovery and healing. I want to thank the dedicated law enforcement agencies that have worked so tirelessly on this case, really around the clock, as well as our neighbors and others who participated in giving tips and helping with the investigation. We hope that this outcome tonight brings an increased sense of safety for our community at Brown and in the surrounding area. This has been a period of great fear and anxiety for many people, and now perhaps some form of relief. Truly, this week has been devastating for our community in a number of ways, including the experiences that members of our community have had with being targeted by online rumors and accusations. I hope that this development also means an end to this truly troubling activity. So we remain focused on the safety and security of our community and in support for the victims of this senseless violence. Now, we know the public and our own Brown community members will want to know more about the individual now identified by law enforcement as the suspect in last weekend's shooting. And we can confirm the following to the best of our knowledge, based on our review in the very short time since law enforcement authorities made us aware of this development. And we provided this information to law enforcement as they build their case and wrap up the investigation. So Claudia Manuel Neves Valente was enrolled at Brown from the fall of 2000 to the spring of 2001. He was admitted to Brown's graduate school to study in the Master's of Science PhD program in physics, beginning on September 1st, 2000. And he took a leave of absence effective April 2001 before formally withdrawing effective July 31st, 2003. During his time at Brown, Nueves Valente was enrolled only in physics classes. The majority of physics classes at Brown have always been held within the Barris and Hawley classrooms and labs. Now, detailed records indicating where specific courses were held don't extend back to 2001. But we can say that physics classes typically require access to specialized equipment, including demonstration carts that are a fixed asset in some of Barris and Hawley classrooms. So I think it's safe to assume that this man, when he was a student, spent a great deal of time in that building for classes and other activities as a PhD student in physics. He has no current active affiliation with the university or campus presence. So again, we thank law enforcement and so many others for their extensive work on this case, day and night. And we look forward to a sense of restored safety for Brown, Providence, and the Rhode Island communities. Thank you.
Thank you, President Paxson. The last speaker, and then we will take your questions, is the Chief of the Brown Police Department, Chief Chapman. Remember, his officers were the first to respond on Saturday, and we are so grateful for both their immediate and heroic response and their partnership over the last 5 days. Chief.
I want to express my ongoing prayers and care concern for our entire community. I certainly also want to acknowledge and thank the men and women of the Brown University Police and Public Safety for their efforts. As you see, this was a Herculean task and required a lot of collaboration and work. And our officers and our public safety personnel were shoulder to shoulder with these assets. I do want to also thank all of you who have helped citizens and law enforcement. That partnership and collaboration means the world to us, and we couldn't have gotten there without you. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We'll now open up to questions. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What led authorities to link the incidents between Brown University and MIT?
I can get better.
And I can follow up to that.
Yeah, I'll start. I'll just tell you that a lot of the information and evidence that we ended up gathering linked us to a connection up in Massachusetts, obviously at the MIT. But I feel a respect to the authorities in Mass as well as the FBI that's for them to comment. But I'll tell you that the groundwork that started in the city of Providence by our detectives, the detective division under the command of
I didn't hear it. I was texting.
Major LePayne, as well as the federal partners that we had in our room upstairs, and ATF, the FBI led us to that connection. And so that was great work.
Especially FBI, well, does FBI want to weigh in on that? And then I have a follow-up.
I think through that particular link that you're talking about, that case is being worked out of Massachusetts with the leadership of U.S. Attorney Leah Foley. I believe that they're having a press conference today as well, where they'll reveal more to the general public at that time. I'd be remiss to start and kind of talk on this, to let them kind of have first dibs to kind of be the ones to tell the public about those particular links.
And your follow-up.
But your follow-up, sir.
As for the second person who came forward, what did that person tell you? And did that person know the shooter?
So yeah, obviously I had mentioned at the last press conference that it was a person that we wanted to speak with. The work of the video collections that we had led us to identify that there was a person that actually encountered this individual. So it corroborated everything that we saw. We saw a person of interest. We saw that there was a vehicle involved. And this person came in, broke the case in the sense that explained to us exactly what we thought we had seen and put that individual at the crime scene. Obviously, that was the break, because we knew that we were in the right direction to ensure that we were going after this individual. Obviously, took his life.
Colonel. Go ahead. Steve.
Thank you, Mayor. Did Mr. Valenti act alone, and is there an anti-Semitism component behind this, do you expect?
As far as we know, Steve, he acted alone.
And is there an anti-Semitism component to this?
No, that we know of, no.
John.
Colonel, what was the events that led to the storage facility? So was he pursued there? Did he know authorities were going after him? When was he last alive? Like, how did that play out?
So it plays out in the sense that we obviously, I just stated, we collected all the evidence. We were able to learn that there was a rental vehicle. We learned about that vehicle. There was financial records that were verified by the FBI, obviously, and other agencies. I'm sorry, actually, so another agency, so multiple agencies that verified financial records that brought us to that site to know that he had actually rented a site at the storage unit. And then we ended up in Salem.
In a follow-up.
Yeah.
When he did that, did he know authorities were coming, or did he just go and, like, how long had he been in that storage unit?
That we're not aware of, John, in the sense that all we knew is that we were on a manhunt, and that's what he led us to. So.
Amanda.
Okay, Chief, I have some questions for you about Claudio. So he graduated, well, he didn't graduate, he was at Brown more than 20 years ago. His last known address was in Miami, but now he's here at Brown University, potentially also at MIT. What do you know about what brought him up here?
There's going to be unknown answers that we have no answer as far as that. Obviously, came up here and committed this horrific incident and this tragedy, and that's all we knew. Our mission was to ensure that we could find him and bring him to justice. But yeah, no, at this point, correct.
My follow-up is of the evidence that you've collected. Have you collected the handgun that you believe was used in the shooting? Have you collected any type of manifesto or evidence? Have you planned for shootings?
So as far as I know, that's the FBI evidence recovery team is up in Salem, New Hampshire, and they're collecting whatever evidence is up there. This happened just now, as before we came up here.
Bill.
Any criminal history, political affiliations, any social media posts, anything of that sort that you can report to us about Mr. Valenti?
Nothing that I know of, Steve.
Behind him. Go ahead, white shirt.
I mean, I haven't even seen a picture of him.
Planning any future attacks?
Nothing that we know of. No.
In the way back.
Special Agent Docs, can you also tell us if there's the connection? I know you said you can't talk too much about the MIT, but the fact that it was a physics professor at MIT and in the physics building and he was studying physics, have you tied all that up? And does that leave, why target one person in Massachusetts and then a whole class here in Providence.
Yes, it is true that Mr. Valente was a physics student. Also, we know that the MIT, the victim there, was in that discipline as well. I will tell you that there's multiple phases to an investigation. And so now, in a sense that we know the subject is deceased. Now that investigation continues to find out all of those answers to your question, sir.
Did you go to school with a professor? Did you go to school with a professor who was killed? Can Brown answer that?
It is believed that in Lisbon, that those two individuals attended the same university in Portugal.
You have a follow-up in the back.
This is political. It was a hit.
Muy poquito.
Go for it.
I'll definitely be pulling Portugal's chart here in just a minute. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Sorry, empiezo desde el principio.
Lo que nos pueda resumir acerca del caso, ¿qué fue lo que conllevó a que ustedes pudieran dar con el paradero del sospechoso y las conexiones que tuvieron? ¿Cómo llegaron a rastrearlo y más que nada a qué atribuye todo esto?
So the question was if I can briefly explain how we got to this individual and what occurred. So, verdaderamente lo que pasó, obviamente el incidente del sábado 13 nos llevó a tomar evidencias, colectar evidencias de videos, de informaciones, y expliqué que es muy importante el trabajo de los policías y los detectives en el piso, haciendo el trabajo duro, recolectando videos, recolectando testimonios. En este tipo de casos recibimos información, obviamente, de los videos que colectamos. Nos dimos cuenta que había un vehículo de interés y una persona de interés desde el principio. Esto nos llevó a después informarnos de la placa del carro, la descripción del carro, y eso nos llevó a darnos cuenta de que esa persona había rentado el vehículo en una compañía en Massachusetts. Después de que fuimos a Massachusetts, cogimos videos de la persona. Esa persona era en la misma descripciones de la persona de interés de nosotros acá en la ciudad de Providence. De ahí pasamos con los agentes federales a investigar un poco más y llegamos a los récords financieros que nos llevó a Salem, New Hampshire, en esta noche. Allá hubo una entrada táctica del equipo del FBI y encontramos que esta persona se había quitado la vida ellos mismos. Ahora estamos investigando más si hay algo que necesitamos saber más de él.
Alex.
Colonel or AG, is there a note or manifesto of some kind, and is that providing any information about a motive or anything that they might have done later?
Again, the FBI recovery team and forensics are up in Salem, New Hampshire. At this point, we don't have any of that.
Any indication of why now? What's the significance behind why this happened on Saturday?
That we don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we know the answer to that question. I think there's a lot of unknowns with respect to motive. I mean, I think that the real issue here is the key was to identify this person, as we talked about yesterday. I think there are other answers that are coming, but once we're able to identify him, thanks to that individual who came forward, who led us to a plate, which led us to a rental car, which led us to that he rented that car in his own name. That really broke the case open. But in terms of why Brown, I think that is a mystery. I think there may be something going on in Massachusetts that I'm not fully familiar with because we're working this angle, but I think the Massachusetts authorities may be able to share that. Yeah, I don't think we have any idea why now or why Brown, why these students, why this classroom. That is really unknown to us, and it may become clear. I hope that it does, but it hasn't as of right now.
Fox, go
This
ahead.
is for the Colonel or the Attorney General. At 2:16, there was a surveillance video that showed this second person that apparently blew this case wide open, and also Mr. Valente. You see them disappear behind bushes. Was this second person following the shooter? Did he recognize him and confront him? What was that interaction like? And I have a follow-up.
That's a great question, and I'll explain in the affidavit
The
that the
FBI.
general stated that it will be released. But I'll give you a brief sort of explanation about that. The person that we wanted to speak with had an interaction with this individual earlier in the day, then observed him later at that time where you just stated, and decided that he was going to encounter him and asked him why he was inside Brown. that point, the subject of interest, Neves, actually ran. He was caught up by our person that we wanted to speak with. There was sort of a conversation between the two of them, and Neves asked him, "Why are you harassing me?" And at that point, the person that broke the case walked away. And that information was critical to us because he was able to corroborate what our detectives were seeing on video, and he was able to provide a great explanation.
And my follow-up.
So the two that we're seeing is the two. It's just that there are two, and that other one is the one that helped the police. I can see that. I can totally see that. But I still think that we're looking at a patsy. We're looking at a patsy, guys. It's political. Portugal, Portuguese. We're going to be looking at Portugal. I can promise you that.
Can you explain what he yelled in the classroom to America tonight so people can
Sure.
feel a little more comfortable?
Sure.
Was there something, terrorist related? Was it something specific to the kids in that class?
Yeah.
What did he say? Can you now tell
Yeah,
us?
well, back to that question just for a minute, just to clarify that. They had a interaction in the bathroom in Barris and Holly. So, I don't know, the Providence Police is obviously not going to patrol Barris and Holly. That's a question frankly, for Brown and their police department. So they had an interaction there, and then our citizen.
No, he's Portuguese. He's Portuguese.
Followed him out because to him, as he explained it to us, this guy did not belong there. And so that's why he followed him out. In terms of what was said, I don't know any more today than what I told you yesterday, or the day before. There are some witnesses who said he said nothing. There are some that say he made a barking noise. Don't ask me. I don't know why. And that's it. There is no other spoken word beyond that we are aware of as we stand before you tonight. And we have spoken to everybody that we have been able to locate who's been inside that building.
And just to the special agent in charge, my follow-up question is, can you just be clear to the people in Massachusetts? And I know you said the people in Norfolk County investigated the mass, but you did say a few days ago that you talked to the colonel of the state police and said there's no connection between Brookline and what happened here in Rhode Island. But now you're saying there was a connection. So are you saying that he shot up Brown University, then 2 days later he was at this house in Brookline to shoot this MIT professor, and then he just drove up to Salem, New Hampshire for no reason? How did he get into a storage facility?
No, I think that's a great question. My actual statement.
I think what the for me, guys, I'm getting the heebie-jeebies. Like, I'm feeling like there is a tie to the MIT guy. There is. There is a hit. And the person that has all the answers, he's not speaking no more. Because he, allegedly unalived himself. So slam dunk. Slam dunk. Closed. Let's don't talk about it no more. Let's just not talk about it no more. Slam dunk. We got it. But I'm going to have to map. I'm going to have to map this event. I mean, evidently I'm going to have to because it's already smelling really bad. And when I pull up Portugal, because I ain't looked at it yet. But when I pull it up, we're going to see. This is a political patsy type of event, just like with Charlie Kirk. And I truly feel that way with Greg Biffle and his family and the family that was on board. He was a threat, MIT professor, a threat. And I think that the only motive for me, the only motive for me with the Brown University shooting is about the guns and about the cameras that weren't on campus. It's a past. It's a past agenda. But the guy that they hired to hit, or the one that has taken the blame for it, he's no longer talking. And of course, the FBI has all the evidence. It's a slam dunk. It's fishy. It's fishy. It's not right.
Statement was that.
What was the other question? I'm sorry, Steph.
Did he buy the guns here, or where did he get the guns?
So I'm sorry, I can't answer. Yeah.
We don't know the answer to that, Seth, as we stand here right now.
Okay, you can't fly with them, so assuming
These guys probably have no clue. They have no clue. The guy in the suit, oh yeah, Slim Cheeks, right? I think that's what she called it. Slim Cheeks or whatever he is. But I mean, the other guy, yeah, I think he's African American man. He knows what's up.
DNA. But we are 100% confident that this is our target, and that this case is closed from a perspective of.
I told you, case closed. Case closed. Oh, it's closed, guys. It's closed.
Pursuing people involved.
And Steph, just to add, I think Special Agent Doc stated, obviously we didn't know who he was. And so it's very difficult to know what a person did prior without any knowledge of who that person is.
Dan.
Can I just ask Special Agent this question? It sounds like
Yeah.
from everything
Odd wording. We believe it is wild, Michelle. Yeah, this guy right here. Oh, he can't wait. This guy right here, he can't wait to tell us about that wisdom. Look at him. Look at him. He's like, yeah, I know exactly what's up.
in this story in a lot of ways.
Absolutely.
We know that there's a $50,000 reward.
Mhm.
You got the reward.
I will say that in this particular situation, that individual will likely get absolutely some aspect out of that award. We've had a lot of other tips, I will tell you as well, that have come in from the public.
No, I'm saying I think he knows exactly what's up. These people don't. He does. He does. He's playing the good role right now. This is probably one of our FBI agents. I don't know.
He left, but we didn't. I believe his last activity was obviously when we found out he was in another state committing another crime.
Pat.
Pat Ward, Coalition Radio. I'll throw this out to all of you, with particular regards to the Brown University president. A recurring theme for the last few days has been an outreach, ultimately successful, to the people of Rhode Island and the people of New England to track this individual down. While at the same time, we've got this sort of passive-aggressive criticism of individuals who are being actively asked to engage via social media, who are wildly spreading rumors, some of which could have possibly emanated anywhere than law enforcement. And I do have a follow-up. So does anyone like to respond to that? I mean, it's kind of condescending to a lot of people. I know, Governor Key, if you're confused, that's not uncommon. But the
All right, that's uncalled for. All right, we're moving on. Current. No, current.
Forward with the case-breaking tip. Was that information originally posted online, or was that person encouraged to come forward based on what people online?
Correct. There was a tip that was placed online, and obviously we were doing our due diligence to find out who that tipster was. And then we were able to identify this person who we wanted to speak with, and then we learned that person was actually the same person that put the tip on that up that you're speaking about.
Brian.
Sorry?
Does that person live in the area?
It was the same person that we brought into the police station to speak with.
The images
Brian.
that you showed at the beginning, where you can see Mr. Valente's face, where were those images taken from?
They were taken from the car rental business place that we learned about.
No, Tight Cheeks, he's looking stressed out over there. He's looking stressed, like they're starting to get stressed out, I feel like.
All that. No.
President Paxson.
Yeah, you're answering right. You're answering right. Okay, good. This is going good so far. It's going good so far. We got this.
The situation is described that you had the suspected gunman and this other person had an encounter in the engineering building hours before the shooting. I've been told by an employee that there have been concerns raised at Brown previously about people getting in the building. Have you heard those, and was anything done to address those concerns about people getting into the building?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. I think we're going to have to look back and say, you know, we don't know how this person got in. We don't know when they came in. We do know that the building was unlocked that day for exams, and that's something we're going to have to
Had you
look
heard
into.
concerns from staff members in the past?
I
about
have
security
not
of the-
personally heard concerns, but yeah.
Dan.
He did not act alone. This is a patsy. Just say it. Just say it, girl.
Paxton Danjay from NBC 10. I want to go back to the question I asked you Saturday night when I first arrived on the scene. There were no cameras in this building. And law
Here we
enforcement,
go.
some that are standing up behind.
Here we go with the cameras. Here we go with the cameras. I'm telling you, they're going to push the cameras and the Second Amendment. That's what they're, this is what that's, you know, that's just a sideshow to get to the MIT guy. But the patsy, he didn't, that patsy that did the Browns University and the Massachusetts guy, our physicist, you know, the one that wanted to bring all kinds of great things to the world and knew all kinds of things about the sun and our cycles. Yeah, he was a total threat. And so was Greg Biffle, because he was going to be running and he would have won. He would have won in North Carolina. If that comes out that he was definitely going to run, they can't have that. Okay. They can't have that in North Carolina. No way.
I do not think a lack of cameras in that building, it had anything to do with what happened there. And we will go forward. Thank you.
Tom.
Tom from the WPRO. Colonel Perez, I'm hearing from sources that the person that identified the shooter happened to be a homeless person that either lived around or inside that Barris and Holly building. Can you confirm more about this person for us? And then I have a follow-up for President Paxton.
I'll tell you, there was a person that was pretty attentive about his surroundings. I'll tell you, there was a person that was very cooperative and helpful to this investigation. And I'll tell you that he was a great individual that actually assisted us in getting us to this point where we're at. I'll tell you
Brown
that.
graduate?
He was, yes.
I have to say, he was incredibly articulate, and his testimony, had we needed it, would not only have been credible, it would have been persuasive. He was as outstanding a witness as I've seen, and he deserves a lot of credit. You know, recognizing there's a gunman on the loose, that the gunman knows he had this interaction with him, and he didn't. Once he knew that we were looking for his help, I mean, he came forward within an hour, and that person deserves a tremendous amount of credit. I don't know whether he's going to get the reward or not, but if I had a vote, he would.
All right, Tom,
Wow.
Are you done? Go ahead.
My question
Oh,
is for
wow.
Chair Chapman, if you wouldn't mind.
So now they're prepping this guy for a reward. Okay. Can't wait to find out who these names are and go ahead and look at this map. I'm going to have to work. I mean, I'm going to have to create it. It's already, you know, we'll see what else comes of it, but still.
In October, the Brown Daily Herald reported that you had a vote of no confidence in your leadership, and students were concerned for their safety and the fact that you had prioritized desk jobs over having over field jobs and having more.
Yeah, he did. He was surprised that he was articulate. Wow.
More people patrolling the campus. Now, in light of this, do you accept any kind of responsibility for this? And now that we've given these prior warnings, are you going to reevaluate how the Brown Police operate in the future now, so this doesn't happen again and these students can feel more safe on campus when they return?
Great. So as I stated earlier, I'm profoundly proud of the men and women of public safety and profoundly proud of our police department. We will continue with the heroic work that they've done and continue to work side by side with our partners. And everything else that comes with that is a continual effort to do what is best for the safety and security of our campus.
But will you reassess how the people are allocated within your department?
Every single day, we work and endeavor to keep our campus safe, whatever that entails and all that entails.
In the back.
Yes, Timothy, I was wondering, I have this question for the colonel. Can you talk about, you said that 2 weapons were found in Melissa's car. Was that one of those weapons, the gun that was used to shoot here at Brown? Has that weapon been found? Can you speak to that?
That's all part of this continuing investigation. This just before we came downstairs, actually, as you all were watching, that was developing up in Salem, New Hampshire.
Can you say whether or not the weapons were purchased?
Hold on a second. Yeah, those firearms were found at the deceased body, not in a car. So he killed himself inside the storage unit, and the firearms were found at his in the area of his thigh and in the area of his feet. It was not in a car. There was evidence that was observed from outside the car that matched our crime scenes, meaning mask, clothing, satchel, which you can see on that video. And there was a main plate over a Florida plate. This guy was changing plates. One of the reasons it was so hard to find was he knew what he was doing. He was changing plates. And so, that's why the collective work of following and finding this car was made more difficult because this guy was changing plates. So we got a main plate and we got a Florida plate on the same car in New Hampshire.
Patrick.
As he was a.
Oh, I'm sorry. Especially,
I was just going to add.
please.
Tom Greco again from ATF. It's okay. As far as the ballistics evidence, I know that the last question concerned matching the guns found to the crime scene. As several people up here have said, this investigation is ongoing and in many ways, in some ways, just beginning. So those weapons that were found at the scene, we will be using our tools such as NIBIN to compare the ballistic evidence to see if we have any matches. So we use those tools to rule things in and to rule them out as well. So we'll be.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought that they would do is use, and they probably already are working on that. Yeah. Yeah. They probably already have. Oh, girl, that Saturn that you were talking about, that is all North Carolina. Wait till you see everything. It's wild. It's wild. I know that's right. I know that's right, girl.
After he left until now.
As far as I know, no. He has really gone off our radar. We will continue to cooperate with the police as they continue with the investigation to find anything we can find about him. But his last class that he took at Brown was in 2001.
Straight back.
This question is for the Colonel or the Attorney General. If you hadn't focused on the wrong person of interest on day one, did you think the professor in Massachusetts would be alive?
Well, I knew that it was either a student or a teacher that had either been there before or was going there. Massachusetts, definitely saw that. The car, the vehicle, we talked about that. I mean, it's like, wow, 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 and more wow.
Well, from the beginning, I've told you that this investigation is extremely, extremely complex and intense. And so we used every resource as soon as we responded to the call. I stated that earlier. I'm proud of the men and women of this department. Yes, we did find somebody that we thought obviously was the person, but we continued on. We continued on investigating. We continued on canvassing the areas. We continued on with video. And that's why we ended up where we're at now.
Yeah, if I could just jump in here, I just want to continue to answer that question. It's an important one, and the answer to that is this. And I tried to convey it a couple of days ago. We broke ourselves out into teams. So while the Providence team and the state police team and the ATF team were working here in Providence to follow up leads, develop whatever video evidence we can, which eventually led to all the steps that you've seen and are laid out in the affidavit, which is on our website, and it is multiple pages. You'll see the progression. So while the FBI were working Coventry, we were working here. Now, you may ask, well, what was it about Coventry that made us, for those of us who've been in law enforcement for a long time, why did we have to run that lead to ground? Here's why. When the FBI confronted him, initially, he was not cooperative. When they entered the room to secure it, there were guns in the room. One of them had a laser sight. The witnesses had told us there was a laser sight used in the course of the attack. Okay, we had to run that to ground. We couldn't just not run that to ground. That was a very promising lead. But that's why you don't get over your skis about, and word choice is important. So while we had to test those ballistics and test the DNA off those guns, and that DNA ruled this guy out, okay? But we had to run that lead to ground. But while we're running that lead to ground over the course of Sunday, for the most part, my memory's correct, we were working other leads, which eventually led us to a recreation by the great work of the team, including the marshals, by the way, that are up here. Movements, image of our cooperating witness comes in, and you've heard the rest. So, this is the way these investigations work. You don't chase one and stop. We have chased more than one lead over the course of the last 4 to 5 days. There was one lead that we followed, didn't work out. There was another lead that we followed, didn't work out. There was another lead that we followed, didn't work out. So that's, at least in my mind, 5 different leads that one worked out, 4 didn't. But you're running a...
You see that he talked about the U.S. Marshals, the Secret Service. It's when I'm seeing all these people together, U.S. Marshals, Secret Service, and I'm talking about that I think we need to pay closer attention, especially when we talk about the world news, because we need to be looking more about the world news as well, not just the missing kids. I want to do both. I want to bring both to this channel because I see it all and we need to talk about it all. We don't need to just be fixated on one subject with missing. I'm definitely die hard, when it comes to the missing, but I do also like to map fugitives, and I do like to see, like here we are with Portugal. I do like to see what the map shows, how it's going to all work itself out. So I am going to work on the map. And then we can, as it develops and everything, we can come back and look at it. I wish I'd already worked on it, but I've been busy, been busy. Life happens.
We get a follow-up question. Another question about a student visa. You said he's here on a student visa now. What school is he affiliated with? He's here.
General, yeah. So he's not here on a student visa now. He was initially, and then he applied for and received lawful permanent resident status in September of 2017. Okay?
We're right here.
What was Mr. Belendi's profession, and have you searched his residence?
Again, as I stated earlier, we just identified who obviously that person, and this developed pretty quickly. So that's all part of the investigation that's coming.
And can you talk about, was there any interaction between him and law enforcement before he died?
No, not that we know.
I have a follow-up to her,
There
and
you
that
go.
is, do you know any associates of his, family members, friends, roommates? And if there are any in the United States, did any of them come forward through the process of this investigation?
No, not at this time. This evolved extremely quickly. We've been at this for 6 days. And so here we are, and we now identify who the person is. We're about to make an apprehension. As I stated earlier, he took his own life, but that's all part of the investigation that will continue about him. Go ahead.
Okay, so President Paxson, Chief Burrows said he had no known criminal history that you know of. You were asked about possible mental illness sponsorship. When he was at Brown, did he have any grievances, disputes with anyone, any problems, any disciplinary issues, any problems at all that were documented?
Not that we know of at this point. I mean, again, these are very, very old records, you have to understand. We learned about this very recently. And I think going forward, as we want to learn more, we will cooperate with the investigation to give them the information they need.
Saying.
Go ahead, in the white shirt.
Hi, Brittany, WCBD. This question is for Colonel Perez. You mentioned that cardio was the primary focus from the beginning. If that's the case, can you elaborate more on why there was someone else detained initially? And the lead that led you to that person to being detained initially, if Claudia was the primary focus from the beginning?
Girl, our answer, it's because Saturn was upon them. Let me just answer that for them. Okay. Saturn was upon them and their public image. It was going to take a lot of hard work with somebody from the past. And there is a higher up Patsy here as well. Very complex.
Yeah, so
Hasn't it? It's been exhausting, Shauna.
sure, Brittany. Great question. So we have received a tip about that first person. We have received a tip about him wanting to get a permit to carry a firearm. And so that led us to also learn that he was a person who potentially could be, it was just weird. He was denied and then he went to another department and the descriptions led us there. So we had it vetted through. Obviously, the FBI responded, followed through that whole tip, ended up finding the person, taking him to custody, finding him with 2 firearms, with a laser. And so it took a while for us to be able to rule him out. But it was a tip that came in. And as I stated earlier, as soon as the call came in, it was all hands on deck. And there was nothing that we were just going to say that is not anything that had to do with it, with this case. Obviously, we wanted to make an apprehension, and we went after that. So.
Yeah, I just want to, if I could just jump in here, Mayor, I'm sorry to do that, but I think I heard you say that Mr. Valenti was the suspect from the start. No, he became their primary focus yesterday at around this time. This name was not known to us until yesterday. So when our cooperator came in last night, we were able to track the car, get the name, and then we were in the position of today, do we push that name out so that you can help us find this guy? Or do we think we know where he is? And so that was the balance. That was that back and forth analysis in our minds, collective investigative team minds, was going on today. But his name did not come to us until yesterday. As I said yesterday, until you have the name, which we did not have until yesterday, after our press conference together, that's when this thing heated up. As soon as you have a name, I believe you can find anybody in this country. And the fact that this team was able to.
Okay. Where's Sebastian? Where's Summer? Where's all of the missing children? You smart one. You smart man. We think so too.
Do it.
The law enforcement agencies, both federal and local, were notified.
Yeah, we were, Jeff. We were talking about it being a prior student. I was thinking prior student, and then I got to thinking, well, I guess it could be a prior teacher too. You know, but when I did the reading, when I look back and I do the reading, you can see where I can clearly hear myself, you know, and I remember reading that time period with you guys and saying, you know, he's been here before. He's been here before. That means he's literally been there before at school, past student.
Of that. They also went.
And I think that the connection, it's not just that they went to school together in Portugal. There was a hit on that guy. It's a hit. Can't tell me no different.
Incidente, pero eso va a tomar tiempo verdaderamente. Vamos a tener que averiguar y averiguar más para ver qué fue el motivo que llegó a esta ciudad.
¿Tienen alguna pista de qué podría haber sido? ¿Qué es lo que van a estar buscando ahora?
No, hasta el momento no. Esto obviamente, como acabo de explicar ahorita, lo identificamos hace poco.
Go ahead. Right there.
What brought investigators specifically to New Hampshire? Does this person have a connection to New Hampshire? I know you said with the storage unit was in
When I'm talking astrology, that's what it sounds like. Spanish.
It was the financial records that the federal agency followed through the investigation that led us to learn that this person had rented there, a storage unit. And so we responded immediately, and we found that the vehicle that we were looking for of interest was parked there.
Didn't they say that the rental place was in Massachusetts? Didn't they say that the car rental place that he rented the car from was in Massachusetts? Why haven't they told us the name of that place yet? I wonder why they haven't told us the car rental place, because I'd like to put it on the map. I'd like to put it on the map, and they still haven't told us.
Kate, go ahead.
And it's possible that they did and I didn't hear it. So if y'all heard where that place is, or if anybody in the comments after this video is uploaded, I'm sure nobody's going to listen to all of this, but if by chance, if you hear about the car rental place, let me know. Okay, honey. Take you a bath. Get you a bath. Love you, girl. We'll talk soon.
Learned that, that we needed to learn more at the rental place about the individual, which we did. And then further later, we find out, again, doing all the work that they did upstairs. I think it was tremendous if you had a chance and an opportunity to see how much work was put in, because it was bits and pieces of information. It's almost like putting a puzzle together. You only have just a few pieces and you're building it. And that later on led us with the financial records to learn that he rented a storage unit in New Hampshire, and that's why we ended up.
As a follow-up to that one for the chief or the attorney general, you mentioned again, weighing that public interest versus the information that was available to law enforcement at the time, as this person, again, considered armed and potentially dangerous, was out there. The chief just spoke.
Don't you think it's odd? Don't you think it's odd that he would go through all the trouble of staying under the radar, but right over the border of Massachusetts, Rhode Island, he didn't think that they would track him renting a storage unit? Why did he even rent a storage unit in Rhode Island? This is where it's really getting fuzzy for me, because it makes no sense why he would do that. You know?
To license plates changing on a variety of moments, if you will. But was it too fast moving? Talk to us about weighing again that providing information to the public with an armed and dangerous individual and vehicle use that involved multiple license plates, and your decision not to sort of real time inform the public of it.
Yeah, so we knew last night, who this guy was and that he had rented a car in Boston. So the question becomes,
Boston.
is he going to return the car to Boston?
Boston. Where out in Boston, dude? Which place was it in Boston?
We got F and our other partners, Providence Police, State Police, developed evidence as to where he was. Ultimately, in New Hampshire, we decided to pursue to that location. And there we found the car with those multiple plates that we were looking for, a Florida plate and a Maine plate on top of it.
General, right there. Go ahead.
General,
Right there. Right there.
I just wanted to touch real quick, and I know ITF is going to be able to answer you that, but that's a great question, Mark. And the reason for that is because when the incident first happened, it was our BCI unit that responded and collected that DNA and protected the integrity of that DNA and sent it out.
Alamo. Okay.
Thank you. The evidence collected, the DNA and the firearms were sent to the Connecticut State Police Lab. They have the best local capabilities to handle that type of evidence and do those type of examinations.
Question, follow-up, you're good. Thank you.
Thank
Wheeler, go ahead.
So is there an understanding of how he got to get the rental car in Boston, or what his movements were in the days and weeks before the shooting?
Right there, Shauna. So that's in this one. I don't know which Alamo it is. Oh, that's a cinema. Hold on. No, that's not it. Hold on. Rent a car. Okay, there we are. Could be right here. Let's see. What other Alamo are here? Alamo, Alamo, Alamo. Alamo Rent-A-Car. Okay, so there's one. So there's 3 in Boston. Okay. There. There. Okay, so this is it. This is it. So it's either that one or that one in Boston. And that's it. This is the Jupiter. Look at that. The Jupiter that is conjunct 11th house Ceres in Taurus. So this is evidence of something that he bought. Because of the Ceres in Taurus, the Jupiter in Aries. So this is the action that they took about the car. Aries is the car. Jupiter is expanding this. There is a learning from the law enforcement. Okay. There's a learning with the law enforcement with the Aries. That could be the car because Aries, Mars rules Aries, Mars and Aries, car, vehicle, the body. And then we have Ceres in Taurus. So here's the Ceres in Taurus and it's in the 11th house. So we are bringing in money. Taurus is about evidence. This is the evidence and it's right here. I'm sure that it's probably going to be found that that's it, not that one. But look how close it is to the man that got slaughtered. I mean, he lives right here in Brookline. Here, there's Brookline right there. And there's the college, so the MIT. So it's all right here. This is why there is a connection. And the map ain't lying. Look at all that. Look at all that. Then we are going, what is that? What is that red line? There's my other one. Right over where they did the memorial. They had like a little memorial at Lippet Park. There's that one. Yep. Where he lives. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at that. Where he lives. And if I just draw it all the way out, where does it go, guys? Where does it go? What? Portugal. That's where he's from. That's where he's from. The Cancer is the genealogy. That's where he's from. Portugal. Boom. Bam. Thank you, ma'am. But we've got a square here. We have a square here that we still haven't figured out, okay? We still haven't figured it out. Is it okay, so maybe it's just Rhode Island. Maybe that's it. The 4th house of home in Rhode Island. Okay. Okay, so basically Rhode Island didn't solve it. Other agencies did. So unfortunately, that's the disordered aggression about the justice. That's the square. That's the square with this relationship, with Rhode Island's relationship. There it is. And it's about 2 or more, okay? Because it's Gemini. It's about communications. Lots of warring with Portugal. Look at that. Look at that, man. That is a trip. And see, I've just now started to build it and look how beautiful it's just coming together. It's coming together like a donut. There's where the guy that, that's the 5th house outer wheel right there of Rhode Island. It's the 5th house outer wheel. There's that Hampton Inn. There's the hospital. That's that 5th house of creativity. And here's where the dark moon is going with the FBI, with Dan Bongino. This is it. This is the real this is actually the route. So we're going into New York, Philadelphia. This is where Trump was in Maryland. That's where all the disordered aggression and was actually going. And look at that. It goes right over New York. Goes right over New York right there. New York stock. That's where we're going right there. That's what it is. It's about other people's money. It's about, we can't have that. Okay. We can't have free energy. We can't have all that. We just can't do that. Wouldn't be prudent. No ma'am, no ham. We're going through Portugal. We're going through Spain, Italy, Turkey. To 97th, so that's a 7 Cancer. 7 Cancer in Israel. Hold on just a second. Just a second. A 7 Cancer. All right, I'll look at that here in a little bit. Right there, Portugal. And if I extend this line all the way out, which I might as well do it now, just so I can remind myself of the beauty of the map. Where's it at? Right there. Damn it. What was that, a 92? 92? '92, right there. Going into Turkey. Let's look at that. So we're going just, well, I don't know how to pronounce any of that. Going into Spain. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So we would need to look at Portugal, Spain, Greece, Turkey. That's it right there, though. Santa Cruz, okay. Some islands right there. Interesting. Okay. So we definitely went to Massachusetts. That's the Saturn. That Saturn, limits and obstacles for Rhode Island, goes all the way up there. Damn. 103, 104 kilometers. Interesting. Interesting.
The information that I know, and again, you know, the investigations are going to continue to be able to provide you with all the answers that you are asking, is that there was no doubt that he was the intended target.
What was inside that satchel?
That is information that is still being, the investigators are still.
I can't answer that. I don't know what to say. Girl, stop. Just stop it.
On the scene right now, conducting that investigation, and we haven't received information as to what was in the satchel.
Was there any suicide note?
No information right now.
How about in terms of the charges themselves? I mean, there was a crime in Rhode Island and also the 1 year. How does that sort of get sorted out? How does it get charged, et cetera?
So there are state crimes, including the murders, and then there are the federal crimes, which is one that we brought tonight. The jurisdictions are working together, and we have been sharing information together and encouraging everyone to share information that could result in solving the crimes that were committed in their jurisdictions. And we will continue to do that if there are any doubts that are left with closing out those investigations. We will continue to share all the information so that we can share with you whatever motivations come to light as to why these heinous crimes were committed.
Are you confident, I guess maybe that's not the right word, but do you believe that he acted alone, or is there any evidence that anyone else was traveling with him when he came here?
We have no information that he was acting in concert with anyone else right now.
Anything interesting found in the car?
That search is still underway. But we will provide you again with more information.
Yeah, we're still searching the car. It's taken us hours to do that. The search is still underway. We know that that's not true. The search still ain't underway, girl. Y'all done got everything out of the car. Come on now. She's not good.
Information as soon
Needs to be replaced.
as
Bye,
we get
girl.
it.
Anything more you can tell us about, you said he hid his own tracks. Can you talk about that a little bit, what he did?
So he was using an application on his phone, and there have been a couple of things. The Google phone doesn't allow officers to ping the direct location and get real-time location information about the phone. There was also...
Thanks for letting us know that, by the way. Thanks so much. So we just need to get a Google phone. I know, I'm just not digging it.
Beliefs that he was using SIM cards that were possibly European SIM cards that are carried through a provider in the United States, but does not provide real-time information about tower connections.
In the car?
The vehicle he rented, we have video of him renting the car at Enterprise here in Boston.
And the fake
Enterprise. Okay, so it's in Enterprise. All right, so that changes everything.
Public, including in the returns for the search warrant that we obtained this evening.
Was he living in it effectively since after the Brookline incident?
I have no information right now as to the unit that he had actually rented. The tactical teams were there to search, and they were obviously concerned that there could be booby traps or other types of security issues. And so when they noticed that that storage unit was still locked from the outside, it was clear that he couldn't be inside. And so they started searching the abandoned or the non-occupied units with the approval of the management. And that is when they found the body right next door.
I know that you haven't had much time. Does he have any sort of criminal record that you know of at this point in time?
We are not aware of any criminal record in the United States.
Do you have any information about his life in Florida? What he did, where he lived?
My understanding, it was South Florida. I know that they know the address, but nothing has been made public about that yet. And I'm assuming that there will be searches.
Profession, anything, what he did down there?
I have no information.
And just to be clear, did he fly up from Florida for this, do you think? Did he travel from Florida?
Again.
Well, if it's Enterprise, we still have, I don't know which one it would be. I mean, we're just gonna have to wait and see. But the way it looks to me is, let's see, where'd the Enterprise go? Enterprise is right there. Now that's Dorchester. Hold on, Enterprise. Boston. It would be right there. Right there. Maybe that would be where they shine, I think. I think that would probably be like something like that. It's a 357. I think they shine at a 357 compass bearing. No, that's a 19 or a 20. Hold on, I've already got that one. Hold on. I think. Is it that one? Ah, there it is. Okay. Okay, that could be. Could be. We'll see. We'll see what the final Alamo Enterprise, whatever. Whatevs. So, how this story ends is the homeless man, right before Christmas, gets a reward. Interesting. I mean, I just do rental car in Massachusetts and look at the news, and it says Alamo Rental Car in Boston. She said Enterprise. So this is in the Providence Journal. That's local. That's the local journal. Still video. There he is. There he is. Alamo Rental Car in Boston. Ooh, we get a timestamp? November 17th. November. Are we sure it's not December? 11:44? I don't know. I'm going to take a picture of that though. see when that, because that's a great timestamp, but I mean I just wonder if that's right. Seems like there's a lot of fishy stuff that's already going on here. November, okay. All right. So there he is. Oh, it is November. On November 17th. Okay, so that's a great timestamp. I'll definitely pull that up. That'll be a timestamp to show us what's up. See how it connects. He definitely didn't work alone. In Boston. At the corner of North Main and Randall Streets. Oh, okay. Providence. Of the car being driven right there. So there's another timestamp, it looks like. At 12/12 on 12/12/2025 at 8:14:47. There it is. So we got another timestamp of him driving. Okay. Let me screenshot that. Take a picture of that. Okay. Because you know I'll be looking that up. An astrologer's favorite thing is timestamps. Yeah, plotting on your birthday. They're owned by Enterprise. I see. Alamo is. Gotcha. Yeah, who's the director here? Claudio Valente. North Main and Randall Streets. So we'll put that on the map. North Main and Randall. Providence. Rhode Island. North Main. And Providence. Why did I put Randall? That's like a, oh, did I do Randall? Hold on. And Randall. Okay. North Main and Randall. Oh God, that's not, no, it's not what we're looking for. Okay, let's just look at Randall Street. Jesus. So Randall and Main Street. North Main. Okay, so it would have been right around here. Right around here. That's a 319. So that's a 19 Aquarius. A 19 Aquarius. So we're adding some things on the map, guys. I'll have some more drawings for you tomorrow on that map. I can promise you that. 319, that's a 19 Aquarius. So let me look at Rhode Island. I know you can't see it. New Hampshire. Let's look at Rhode Island. 19 Aquarius. They have a 14 Aquarius. A 14 Aquarius. So that would be, Rhode Island would have right there. That's where that line is going to go for their Mars in Aquarius. So their Mars in Aquarius is about the car in the future, but it's about groups, it's about video. And that video is definitely showing up right here. That video. It's right there. There's the video. It's going to show up in the future. So those two charts should connect. They should connect. So this chart where he goes in there and rents the car, and because that's initial rental. So that's when that's when we should really see that. You said Randall. Yeah, I did. I did. And Randall's right there. So Randall and Main. So there's Randall Street and Main. That's where they saw him driving. Is where they saw him driving. So we know Miami, Florida. And I've got that on the map too that I'll definitely be drawing a line to. So we got that's a 204. So that's a 24 Libra. Let me see what's on their map. What's on there for the 24 Libra. Let's see. Yeah, there's a breakup at home right there at a 24 Libra. It's actually a 22. Let me look. Hold on. 24. And it'd probably be in Florida too. It'll probably come up on Florida because there's a lot going to be going on in Florida, and it could have to do, of course, with him. All the information that's going to come from Florida. They're definitely going to be in the transits. Let's see. Yeah, they've got a 27 Libra. It's where they make their mark. So that 24 Libra, I mean, hold on. For Rhode Island, it's a 22. It's Admitos. There's a burden with home and relationships and justice. 22, 20. So the 22 is going to be a 202. It's going to be right here. That's where that breakup is. It's right there. That's going to be that line. Oh, okay. All right. And it looks like that's it, guys. They're walking out, but I've already looked at all of the astrology, and I'm pretty confident that when I line these up, I mean, it's going to tell the perfect story, but it already has. This is where he's from. This is where he's from. Where he lives? Question mark. Yes, Jennifer, it's where he lives. Yes. He is from there. So let's look at Portugal before I let you guys go, because I mean, I'm going to look at it anyway, so you might as well look at it with me. It's kind of what way I'm seeing it, you know. Let me share my whole screen. Let's just go ahead and look at this together, because God dang it, I'm nosy like that. And if you're still here, you are too. We're let's pull it up. Portugal. Portugal. Oh, hold on. I thought I had their chart. Don't tell me I don't. I was going to say. I know it's hard. It's hard. It really is. I want to look at the transits with it, and I also want to look at this. I want to look at this event. Make sure y'all can see me. Okay. Okay, let me take a bathroom break. Be right back. Entertain yourselves for a second. Be right back. BRB, guys. All right, y'all ready for this? Are y'all ready? Yeah, Shauna, get some rest, honey. I know it's hard. I mean, I'm gonna be doing this for a while, you know how I'm gonna be doing it. So y'all can be with me or not. I don't, it's whatever. There is, let me get my pen out. Let's look at this together. I don't know if y'all started playing the numbers game yet, but I do know that the FBI, I can't not know what I know. Secret Service, FBI, were they in with it? Yes. Yes. Were they doing their share, doing their part? Yes. No doubt about it. No doubt. So we can definitely see that. Let's see. What can we see? What can we see here? I just saw something and then I saw it and then I lost it. Saw it and I lost it. Let's look. We have a 357 in the 11th house of groups. How we bring in money. It's about the health. It's about relationships and the government. It's about contracts. There's a hit, okay? And it's opposing Ceres. You see that 357? And you see this 357? Okay, God's will, Vulcan in Libra is in a direct opposition with Ceres. Directed energy. There is no care here. The care actually is opposing. And so this is the government, health, how they bring in money, and there's a hit right here with those two kids. So this is rooted. The MIT guy, our shooter, our victims. It's here we go. Here we go. And all I have to do is look at Portugal and other states like Virginia, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. And you can bet your ass I'm going to. I'm going to. There is going to be a lot of information that is coming that's going to be very dark about relationships, about values. Yeah. The dark moon has yet to come into Sagitt at that 0020, but when it does, there's going to be a lot of information, a lot of fiery energy. Interesting. Interesting. Now I understand because Rhode Island, now I understand a little bit more. Rhode Island and Portugal. So the United States connects, the United States and Trump connect at this 25-24. It's about the world health. And so before it came to that 25-24, because during that time period, so we have a 25-23, 25-24. So there's a 25-21. Right here. Wow. And I'm seeing everything's coming to them too. $25.35. Oh yeah. There's the FBI right there. That's where they descend. Okay, so I want y'all to take note. Anybody in this chat that knows anything about Sebastian Rogers' case, and when I say that Terry Bowersox descends with the FBI, so does Portugal descend. That 2542 is their descendant degree. They rise at a 2542 in Libra, they descend at a 2542 in Aries. Right there. There's the FBI. Oh yeah, there has been, oh yeah. This 447 with their Saturn, the reigniting of a flame with the FBI. See, and I'm just not, I'm thinking that we are looking at the most crooked FBI. Oh my God. I can't even blame, this is, they've been having oppositions with their Saturn. Could he have been sending his findings? Could the MIT professor been sending secret things to Portugal, and that's why he had to be taken out, and we had to have a patsy, possibly, and the actual real persons would be an agency like the FBI? Yes. Yes, yes, and yes. It was so obvious, yeah. This is, I mean, we called it. I mean, we called it. That's all I know. We called it. But this is deep. This is deep. And we're not going to get the answers. We won't get the answers, just like we haven't gotten the answers for Charlie Kirk. It's not going to come. It's not going to come. Nope. Nope. Not going to get them. Not, and not, I mean, eventually, maybe. Eventually, we may. We truly may get answers. But look, let me show you something too that I'm sitting here noticing is that the investigation, that 2448 in the third house with Portugal, that 2448 is the same exact degree as their moon, as Rhode Island's moon. So this is about, we are reflecting home. We are reflecting family. We are reflecting genealogy. Something with a genome. Plasma and genome. Plasma. I don't know. But there's a wake-up call with an investigation into Portugal. But it would seem like it would be a neighbor. I'm feeling like we're looking at a neighbor here, like France, Spain. Hold on. God, there's been an opposition. We're coming back to this 447. I keep seeing this a lot. And you know why? Because Seth connects to Portugal here in the sixth house with Saturn. And I'm sure that I could find some more connections between the two. But this is big. This is big that they are connecting into investigations with groups. A group. It's not just one person, a group. Networking. But it being in the third house makes me think that it's a sibling of Portugal. So we're going to Spain. Do I have Spain? Shit. We're in the freaking rabbit hole, man. Spain. I know, Lisa. Like, what? I've got one in caps and one in not caps. Okay, so I don't know if I'm comfortable with this one, but we're gonna look at it and see. Let's look at the shooting. No, let's look at Rhode Island. I mean, let's just go through let's see their connection. See if there is a connection. See if there is one. Rhode Island. Oh, damn. I've been seeing this. I've been seeing that. Oh my gosh. Shauna, there's the 1411 girl. That 1411 is Spain. It's Spain. There it is. There it is. It's freaking Spain, girl. And do you remember what I'm talking about? With Jennifer? It's Spain. That 1411, the solar return chart, the 1411 that kept showing up. There it is. It's going to, that's why it keeps showing up. It's showing us Spain. There's the divine justice right there. There it is with the college right there. Spain. Spain, y'all. We're not going to end in Portugal. No, not at all. And in fact, I think that there's enlightenment with the U.S. Marshals. Yes. There's enlightenment with the U.S. Marshals in Spain. Uh-huh. Okay, Spain. Spain. Is that where? Spain. Okay. Hold on. I'm getting some downloads and I'm getting some downloads here. What? I think that's where we should be, is in Spain. And Spain is actually going to connect to New Hampshire right here through receipts. There's something here. Spain. So we've got Portugal and with the moon. That's where he's from. That we may actually, guys, end up in Spain. There's the 1411 I was seeing. Right there. And this could actually, I'll have to look on this with Sebastian. I will have to look with this with Sebastian too. I've been seeing this degree. I think that this is where we're going to end up, guys. It's in Spain. With this, let me look at Massachusetts. Because I think in the end, this is where I want to be. And I should probably look for the connections here and here. God, I don't know, man. I don't know. But I think this is where we're going to be at. We're going to end up here. Lord. Right here is all that health. All that health. Secret Service with relationships. I think so. Their sun is at a 2932. So the dark moon has just went over the way that they shine with the government, the investigations. They're definitely in, yeah. So I have to look at this chart. I'm almost just like really mad to think that we even have to look at stuff like this, that we even have to do it. Let me go back to Portugal. Rhode Island gets shaken up. So we have this opposition. We've got God's will is being done with government. Hold on. No, that was the shooting. So Rhode Island and Portugal, the wisdom of health, the school, the wisdom of health, and all this publicity, that 2057 that they have with the health in Virgo, the Poseidon in Virgo, that 2057 is shaking things up. We just get shaken up. The groups that are shaken up, this fifth house. So we're going to go a 2057 in Rhode Island. What? We got a relationship. 2002. A 2002. A 2002. The health of a relationship. 2002. I remember that. I actually remember that because it's with Greg Biffle. No matter what time he's born, he has a lot of wisdom. That's a 2002. Portugal, Greg. What's the connection? I don't know. Except a hit. A hit that goes back to the origin of Portugal. But Spain too. Spain too. I don't understand politics enough to make those connections. I wish my mama was here because she would know. She would know, man. Is there a connection with MIT Gemini twins? Well, there is. Ain't that something? It is a twin theme. It is a twin theme, and that would be the twins are going to be, if I did it on the map, we're looking at a 60, between 60 and 80. So we're looking at actually between 60 and 90. So we're looking at this whole region, guys. We're looking at, that would be all the way from Sweden, Norway, UK, Denmark, Ireland, Germany, Belgium, Paris, France, Poland. I mean, all that Gemini energy is right through here. But this is where the home is. This is definitely where he's from. If there's somebody else involved, because the sun is shining in Sag, right? The moon is in Sag, the sun is in Sag, and all this shit, all this Gemini energy is opposing it. All this Gemini energy. So if there's somebody else, I'm wondering if it's going to be, what do y'all think? Is it going to be Germany or France? UK? Germany, France. UK, Germany, France. So I think that that's where I need to be looking. UK, Germany, France, for anybody else with communications because he's not working alone. I mean, he's sketched out. He's looking at his phone all the damn time. He's, he's not alone. This guy is not working alone. The square is going here. It's going through the markets, right? There's a lot of things going through the markets. We're going down into Colombia and Peru. Haiti. Colombia and Peru. That's where all the disordered aggression is with the government that are squaring here. So it's almost like there's a partnership. There could be a partnership here from Portugal, Spain to Colombia. Let me just look at Colombia's chart real quick. I mean, we are in the Caribbean right now. Okay, yeah. I think it would be more like Colombia then. That 1654 that they have. The 1654. I just saw that. It's their relationships. That's it. Okay, so it should be Colombia. Because this 1654 is where they are transformed with relationships in the public eye. So if we look at Spain and Colombia, did y'all just see that? Make sure you're seeing everything. Okay, Spain and Colombia. Let's look. Deep dynamic bilateral colonial ties. Okay. Spain and Colombia, key allies. That's all we need to know. That's all we need to know. Okay. Back. Okay, so if they have this relationship that's in the public eye, because it's in Leo, so we're really going to be looking at Colombia with the Pluto. The Pluto here, and look at that. God, they have the moon that's conjunct Pluto. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we need to look at this. Let's look at this. There's some type of connection here with the hit. Whoever has got the hit, it's from them working with us, possibly. I don't know, but it's Obama. It's fucking Obama, man. I'm sorry to use that language. It's Obama. There it is. Okay. Pretty sure. Let me go back to Obama. It's either Obama or Hillary. Yep, there it is. There's that 321. It's Obama. It's Obama and his political mafia. That's what it is. It's right here. There's the 321 connection with Obama and Colombia. I mean, I'm only getting better, guys. I'm only getting better. And that's what I know right now, for sure. Barack Obama and Hillary, or Killary, whatever you want to call her, there is a major connection between them two. And I do believe that there's hits. There's been a hit. And it's with that professor. It's also with the NASCAR, Greg Biffle. It's with the MIT. This is it. This is it right here. The dark moon began with Barack anyway. So that's what it is for me. It begins here. The Colombians, there's a mafia. And they wear suits and they talk a great game and they write books and they just look so sweet and they've got kids and they're just so great. But they're not. They're not. And guess what? Saturn is coming. And I want to look at that right now because I'm so pissed off thinking about this. I'm so pissed off thinking about it. Because once the lunar nodes left Virginia, they came to him with his vertex, with the health. And you know how Barack connects to Dan Bongino right here with the health of the Pluto and the seventh house of relationships. This is some crooked ass shit. I'm telling you guys, I know what I'm talking about. And I think that you guys by now know what I'm talking about. And when I told you that there was going to be an opposition with Mars in Capricorn and Hygeia in Cancer, it was with his values. It was his values at home. There was an opposition. And that's when I think that whatever happened to that plane the day before Greg crashed, the day before, that's when the things of the past came back. And he made sure that these values were centered. And the sad thing is that kids died. Not the threat. All those kids that were on board that plane with Greg Biffle. That is so sad. I mean, it just breaks my heart. This man is, and men like him, women like him, unstoppable. You can't stop him. Yeah, but Venezuela, they're going to take Venezuela. This is, I already know what I know. I'm telling you. I'm very confident about what I'm saying. It's going back to that square because the map ain't lying to me. I can see it. I just know he's from here, but we've got a challenge here in Colombia. It's not in Venezuela. I mean, yeah, we're definitely we're about to go into Venezuela. We're about to take their stuff. We're gonna go into Syria. I mean, it's Yemen. We've got all kinds of places that we're looking at. It's going to be in the news, but this is it. This is it, guys. It's Colombia. I just showed you. Just showed you. From him with this moon. That moon. Oh, yeah. Saturn 2557. So Saturn is going to come to the FBI. It's going to come to Trump. But it's going to oppose him. It's going to oppose him. It's going to oppose his position in the 8th house of death. The enlightenment that he knows about the death. So, and it's going to start first at a 2554. It's going to go to 2555. Then the 2556 will hit Trump and the FBI. And then it opposes him. So Saturn is going to sit here on his values first. And it's about things that he is hiding. Investigations. And there's going to be a lot of enlightenment that he is not going to have because Saturn is going to limit him. Could he go into the hospital because something happened to Obama? Maybe. Because these people, y'all can already see it. I mean, it's bad. It's bad. So the 2554 was Saturn. Will he go to jail? Will he get sick? Will he just be in the limelight and people will be talking shit about him? So the 2554, that's December 22nd. That's Monday. It's a big day. It's a big day for the FBI. Oh yeah, this one is going to begin right here. Right here. It's going to begin right here. And there's going to be a lot of energy with Hillary and Obama with the courts. Yeah. Lots of transformation is going to be going down with Syria too. Syria has not made it out. We are going to be reflecting. We're going to be reflecting. Look at that 343 right there. Oh, hell. Let's look at that. Y'all have no idea. Look at this, y'all. That 343 that we're going to be reflecting on is what? What? The moon is going to come over Spain. The moon is going to be right here at this degree, 343, 343. There it is. Boom, bam. I don't think y'all really realize what I'm saying. And if you do, say I do. Say I do. There it is, Obama. There it is, buddy. There's the connection right there. Boom, bam. Boom, bam. Right there. Obama, his connection to Spain. And the media about him and Spain. I just wonder how that's going to work itself out. Let's see if we can already what? I mean, I just can't make it up. I can't make it up. I can't make it up. Obama and Spain. Several private family trips after his presidency. You don't say. You don't say. Really? Private? Oh, no. I wouldn't guess that they would have a good relationship. Mhm. Yeah, they have a good relationship, guys. We can already tell that now. And there's going to be limits, obstacles. And it's going to begin with the FBI, and it's going to go into Spain, and it's going to be with Barack Obama and Hillary. Because I can already see. It's definitely, yeah, I mean, it's far bigger than we're ever going to know. I mean, per media. They're stuck. But here we are, and we're looking at it. We can see the connections, and the connections aren't going to lie either. And that's the reason why the map is pulling us to and saying, hey, guys, there's a challenge here. Yeah, he's from here. But we got some hidden dirty shit going down here. This is where the justice is. A lot of disordered aggression, a lot of darkness when it comes to the justice with the government of the United States. And especially for Rhode Island. Rhode Island, this is where all the darkness of the justice goes. And it goes with Obama's relationship. And Obama with Greg Biffle. I mean, it's my opinion. It's what the astrology's showing. I don't know. Only thing I do know is that the dark moon went over their sun, how they shine. And ever since it did, it's been a clusterfuck. It has. Sure has. And this 2208, the Selena that they have there in the 5th house, that 2208. Let's just go up to New Hampshire. Let's go back to New Hampshire. Here it is. Right here. There is their connection, 2208. So Spain And New Hampshire's connection is right there with their midheaven and their IC. And it's about the health of the government with New Hampshire. Not good. They shine at a 2057. They shine at a 2057 in Virgo. Let's go back. Let's go back to that 2057 in Virgo. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I saw it. Where did I see it at? I saw it already. There it is. $20.57 in Virgo. 2057 in Virgo with Portugal. So their wisdom is where they shine with communications. Do y'all see this connection? I'm just being guided with it. I mean, honestly, I'm just being guided with it. New Hampshire shines with the attention about the health, with the communications. And New Hampshire is shining at a 2557 in this communication house. And they're shining a light. They're shining a light. On the wisdom of Portugal in the 10th house. In the 10th house. It's about their public image. And we have this 2554. That's the midheaven and the IC of Portugal. And that 2554 goes to yours truly, Obama. The 2057 is where there is a shakeup in Rhode Island with the investigation with the groups. And that 2554, the New Hampshire has, is where there's communications right there that goes back to Obama. I mean, that's it. That's it. Case off for Jennifer. Case off for Jennifer. And I hope it is for you too. I hope that y'all realize that this is a hit. I began this live about a hit. And that's where that's where I still am. There I am. There it is. I showed it to you. There's the connections. There's the connections, and it goes to Colombia. Colombia and Portugal, Rhode Island and New Hampshire. This was a hit. And I'm really sad that humanity is so dumbed down, confused, stuck, because there's always these connections that we can make when we're investigating. And let me just tell you guys, anybody that is in here that knows about Sebastian Rogers' case, I've probably had 3 or 4 people message me with pictures of they think that could be Sebastian all over. There's been a lot going on in his case. Nothing that has been like groundbreaking or anything like that. But there has been a lot of chatter with sightings, alleged sightings that may or may not. Most of them are old. Most of them are old sightings. They didn't call him in. They're just, talking on Facebook casually. I wish I would have called it in, but they didn't. And I'll be talking about that. I'll be talking about that tomorrow. But for tonight, I wanted to focus on what's going on in the world because this is big. Guys, this is big. I haven't seen those. I haven't seen those yet. I haven't seen those. I don't know whether they're showing retracted. I'm not even seeing any. I'm not even seeing, I don't know. That's weird. That's weird. Uh-oh. Holy shit. I don't know. That's weirding me out. Because they're all showing up, message retracted. That's weird. Girl, let me just tell you. Let me just tell you. It's only what we're going to see, okay, is, and what I've been looking at with the astrology, it looks like I've been noticing a pattern with me. Look at that. Okay, so right now, this is the clock right now, Nashville time, 11 o'clock. Oh, yeah, it's definitely a greater purpose. Everything's virtuous. What I can see right now is there's an expansion with the way that Donald Trump shines at home with the law. I can see that there's an expansion of Saturn over North Carolina right now. There's an expansion with a lot of restriction on North Carolina right now, especially with the law, with the government. I can see that there's a lot of things in the past with Syria. And I can see right now, that there is a wisdom with the Secret Service, with the communications, and the outer will is going into Virginia. And we are seeing a lot of darkness that is about to come to California. A lot of darkness that's coming to California. A shakeup. It's coming. It's happening probably right now. The moon is reflecting Florida. It's reflecting Georgia. The moon is reflecting Mexico. The sun is shining on the Pluto, the plane. I can't wait to see what that Saturn is going to look like when it comes against Obama. There's a lot of warring with the Secret Service about things that are hidden with investigations. And there's about to be a lot of energy there's going to be a lot of energy, lots of energy with Israel, Russia. And that's all I got, guys. That's all I got. Until tomorrow, of course, because I'm coming back tomorrow and I'm going to be reading charts like there's no tomorrow. We're going to go down through the rabbit hole even more. Even more. There's the FBI. We're rising. We just rose with the FBI. There's things going, or the Secret Service. There's things going down right now. So we want to look at, hold on, before I get off here, let's look at Florida. Let's look at California, what's going on in California. Something's going down. And I'm not seeing it in the news. 8 straight days of rain, no. Air quality alert affecting no. Nope. It's not hit yet. It hasn't come out in the media yet. That's not it. Nope. So we'll see it. We'll see it. We'll be talking about it in the morning, I'm sure, because it ain't hit. Let's look at the earthquakes real quick. It's going to be a shakeup. There's things that are it's about to shake California up. Again, hold on, shit. Alaska, Washington, Philippines, Japan. Nope. Trona, California. Huh. I don't know what it's going to be, but we haven't seen it yet. We ain't seen it yet, guys. We have not seen it yet. So I'm going to get off here. It's been 4.5 hours of a lot of just trying to figure stuff out with the map. Is he dead? Is he not dead? What's his name? What's his birthday? All that good jazzy junk. And if anybody finds out his birthday, please let me know. But I will be back on in the morning or sometime tomorrow. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Thank you so much. Yeah, very weird. Yep. I hope she's okay. Yeah, it's weird. Weird. I'd like to know about that one. I'd like to know about that. Thank you, honey. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, D Green. Thank you, guys. And we're gonna keep watching. That's all we can do. Keep watching, keep talking about it. But we know what's up. We've already looked at it tonight. We know. And I'm gonna end the stream with Sebastian's anthem because he will never be forgotten. And tomorrow I'm going to be doing nothing but astrology. So for some, I know it's boring, but StreamYard's now got a thing where I can clip it. I can clip the most important. And I think it's all important when I'm reading. Anyway, you guys have a good night. Peace out.
Clean like your soul, won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth. Day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, hey, it lingers on.